machine, everything is unencrypted. It operates, and then when you shut the virtual machine down, it's re-encrypted. Therefore, only you have access to the thing that is being trained for you. Now, it is being operated for you on your behalf by someone else, but they can't spool it up without your key.
Right.
Unless they store your key. There's always, one time. There's time-based encryption. There's a lot of other things you can do to mitigate around that too.
This raises the question though, because we know that with AAMs, there's like a time it takes for it to be started up. LLMs, I mean.
Right? Yes. A long lead time, yeah.
Yeah. Before you can even run it. So if you have that, isn't it going to be much slower?
Yes, if you have to do fine-tuning. But what's very interesting about the direction that everybody's going now with long context windows is, let me see if I can paint this picture. So traditionally, you needed your specific data that you wanted to fine-tune into a model to be actually trained into the model, right? But more and more now you have long context, and in that context you can do something called few-shot learning, where you give lots of examples, you provide the data in that token window itself, and in a system message or in a mini GPT or a gem or whatever you want to call it, and that is passed as initiation state to the first interaction with the model. And then all subsequent interactions already have that context preloaded into that instance, if you will. It's kind of like hitting the Mr. Mises box and having a textbook ready that the Mr. Mises is told to read, and then continue to have your conversation, and then when it's done with its task, it dies. And when you hit the Mr. Mises box again, it pops up and it reads the textbook, and it continues. It's going to feel as if every time you press the button, you're getting a Mr. Mises that has intimate knowledge about what's in that textbook. And it can be personal, private information in there. But if somebody else hits the Mr. Mises button and they don't have the textbook, they can't access your data.
Do you mean kind of like the memories thing that OpenAI has, ChatGPT?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, so personalization, memory, the fact that the textbooks are the only part that need to be kept private, not the Mr. Mises itself.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Yeah, so it's very interesting how this has gone about, right? So like, if you look at the core innovations in the paper, which there is one that is very promising, right? The GRPO one. The rest of them are just applications of known things, and then funny accounting. And the lack of like scrutiny by any press, hedge funds, people who are trading clearly on this news, I don't know, it points to a weird bug in our markets, right? Like, people are buying things they don't understand.
This kind of assumes that all of those GPUs are being bought just for training. They're also being bought for inference.
Correct. In fact, more and more are going to be bought for inference at this point.
Yeah. Unless we specifically get NPUs, I think, right? Or what were they called again? I forgot.
They're like called different things by different companies.
Grok.
Yeah, there's Grok. Grok. They're ASICs.
Yeah.
So you have matrix multipliers, which I think is the best name from Apple. You have TPUs. You have Grok Q, not K, which was the transformer-specific chip, which is really sad that they didn't really get the money to make it. Yeah, exactly. And
You still can't go to sleep, Abby?
Hold on, wait. Why didn't they get the money?
I haven't really heard of them having raised all the money they needed to get out there and compete.
I'm listening to Elon's podcast about DeepSeek.
Oh, Grok?
Okay.
You want to listen to it?
Yes.
In a bit, hold on.
They're not going to be able to compete with TSMC, what the fuck?
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe they could if... Okay, they won't be able to compete with TSMC. They may be able to compete with NVIDIA, but not TSMC. I agree with you, sorry. I can't even get myself there. I was going to try. I don't know how it's 2 nanometers.
I don't know. We had we had Scoble on a few months ago, and he said that he actually interviewed the CEO of Grok, and he actually said that we have no plans of competing with NVIDIA on our training. We only plan on doing it on inference.
That's fair. That's fair. Training requires versatility. Inference does not, right? So the final output is always a transformer. The process is the only thing that's being changed rapidly right now. So if you made chips that were really, really good for PPO, and then suddenly GRPO became popular, all those chips wouldn't be useful. That's not entirely true. I'm exaggerating, but somewhat. So like that's, I think, a fair comparison is inferences, and that's where everybody's competing. But ironically, everybody's buying from TSMC to get the basics, and everybody has slightly different designs. Yeah.
I want like a chip I can buy, like a graphics card, similar to like a graphics card that's just for fucking AI, where I can run like a model that's not quantized at all on it.
Why don't you want it? So models aren't quantized anymore. I see this pop up a lot. I don't know how this got very viral lately. Nobody quantizes models anymore. They're just, you don't really need high precision, it turns out. You're better off having twice as many parameters at 8-bit or 16-bit than having 16 or 32-bit.
Yeah, but
You
they
can think
still
of it like,
quantize. Well, no, the people still quantize it to run it on their own PCs if they don't have enough.
oh yeah,
That's what I mean.
To retrofit it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And that, so you take like a 16 and you turn it down to like an 8 or 4. In order to run it on like
It wasn't no more. Yeah. That's exactly the result of the design. Players on those. Heard. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm saying to like just a single chip. You have just a single chip that you can run all of it on, like kind of like what Grok's building.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the big advantage of if it was truly open sourced, then you could retrain it for any targeted chipset, right? And that's not what we are today. But if you look at, Mojo and some of the other things that are happening right now, like Mojo's targeting the idea that you can write anything in Python and cross-compile to any other chipset. That's very, very promising. Unfortunately, we're not getting the source code, so it doesn't do you any good.
Yeah, Mojo is not open source, so can't really trust it.
No, the language isn't open source. You're correct.
Yeah. And I think people learn from Java that you kind of want to have an open source language. That's very important.
I mean, the kernels are open source. There's a lot of parts of it that are open source, right? But yeah.
I know, but I think after what happened with Java and Oracle basically coming out of for companies for like shitloads of money for no reason whatsoever, just because they're like, oh, you're using Java, you ought to pay us $1 billion. After that whole fiasco, I think companies have just decided let's just only use open source languages going forward.
Yeah. I think you can't tie your destiny to somebody no longer giving you software updates on a language after there are security vulnerabilities that are detected in it. That's completely fair. I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about on the DeepSeek topic, or do you want to ask? How do you want to take it from here, Adrian?
I think I really like the fact that they opened up DeepSeek, right? Even if it's not open source, or even if you can't even technically call it open weight, I do really like the fact that they released it because it's more open than anything else we've seen so far. From the major companies.
It's not as open as Llama, right? Llama's
the problem is Llama is complete ass. It's like a generation behind all the time.
Fair. That's fair.
In fact, I read like a post that said that like llama llama's main advantage is that it was the best open model, or I guess semi-open model, and now DeepSeek has completely destroyed that.
Yeah.
So now llama has to step up their game.
I always wonder, who do you think is going to, like, other than like the niche people who like compile their own Linux kernels for their machines, who's actually going to end up using it?
Who are you insulting? Yeah, I sometimes do that actually, but yeah, other than those people who what?
I'm saying, other than people who like are extreme nerds and compile their own kernels and make their own software,
Right.
you know, like from scratch because they have trust issues, maybe, you know,
Or
they
the kernel
maybe need
laser.
engineer.
Or the Davis prep.
Yeah. Other than like, you know, the extreme folks, you know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, how many people are actually using an open source model? Because using an open source model, okay, let me put it in two ways. How many people are using an open source model that they host themselves?
Very few. But I get your point. I get your point. But I don't think that's what's important about open source models. I think the fact that there is going to be competition between different companies to host the same model and potentially offer advantages is going to be the real innovation.
Got it. So you think like Hugging Face, Amazon, Google, Microsoft will host open source models, which I think they're all do already, and that'll allow you to use the open source model with your data as opposed to having to use a proprietary model with your data.
Exactly, and maybe those companies can actually fine-tune them to their own purposes.
That's very fair. That's very fair. It's like, I see your point. So you're arguing the cat's already out of the bag. It'd be really nice if there was a nice Linux kernel equivalent that everybody could base off of, and then we can progress as a society. Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. On that point, I agree. It would be nice because you can kind of see it like right now, you know, PPO is like everybody knows how to do it. There's no advantage there. So for everyone to just make it easy for new competitors to just start from there, it would be interesting from like allowing more competitors into the space perspective. I think, unfortunately, we have to accept that models are already out there, right? So there's no putting the cat back in the bag. You might as well run as fast as you can.
Yeah. It also allows the entire community to be focused on individual models, right? So let's say we come up with like an open source model that's like truly open, right? We have the data set, we have everything. Any new innovation that's made to LLMs going forward and any other type of AI that we do in the future can be added to that, and you're basically having the collective effort of all of humanity on one project, as opposed to being split up into separate projects.
So it's a bit challenging. So let me see if I can use an analogy. I've used this before. If you think of like software engineering, like software 1.0, binary compilation, as a salad, and software 2.0, AI construction, as a soup, it helps reason about why what you're asking for doesn't make as much sense. So in this analogy, when you're building code, you're adding things. You're always appending things, right? So you have a salad, you add more ingredients, you add more ingredients. If the salad doesn't taste good, let's say you put some rotten cherries in there, you can just cherry pick them out, and suddenly you have a salad that's edible again, right? You don't have to start from scratch.
It gets bloated.
Yes.
It gets bloated sometimes.
Right.
So it's better to start from scratch.
So what happens with the soup is, in this particular scenario, we're going to make up some rules. You're making a soup, and you've put too much salt in there. And I know people have, you know, family recipes for how to remove the salt without messing up the soup. For now, ignore those such family recipes. If you put too much salt in the soup, there's no way to remove the salt. You have to start over. So it's very, very important that you keep meticulous notes of your recipe. Because let's say you've been making a recipe for 30 years, it's a family recipe, and then somebody forgot how it's made. You're kind of like screwed because you can't really figure out exactly how to make it again. But you can continue to use it, assuming you can copy your soup. But you can't innovate on it. Similarly, like there are many times where people remove a bunch of steps from the recipe and then add new steps, and that is why completely different things are happening. So I would argue if you if you align too soon on a similar approach, then everyone's going to just look for incremental work because it's easy, as opposed to forcing people to think of completely new approaches that are leading to these leapfrogs we're seeing today.
I see what you mean. Yeah. But eventually there's gotta stop being breakthroughs as well. That's what you also have to realize. Eventually,
Is that eventuality before or after you hit SGI?
That's the question. We don't know.
Yeah, so if it happens after, it's irrelevant, right?
But then you also have the problem of is there going to be a company that's going to make SGI?
Probably, because
And
if it's
so-
not going to be a company that makes
and
it,
if
there's
so-
no companies that host
Hold
it.
up, I'm not familiar with SGI. What does that mean?
Oh, it's, AGI is the generalized intelligence that's similar to humans. Yeah, and then SGI it's better than humans in every category.
Super intelligence. Artificial super, ASI as well, that's another acronym, yeah.
I think that's specific. ASI is used for specific. Acronyms suck. I'll agree.
Acronyms.
Helpful, thank you.
Acronym sucks, yes.
No, thank you for asking for the clarity on there. I know Oda and I can get lost on the acronyms. By the way, when we talked about ablation, that was brought up in the comments that people left. Maybe it's worth explaining what ablation is for the broader audience.
Basically deleting information that is useless,
it's like
right?
forgetting. It's a fancy word for forgetting or removing, but you don't really forget. You remember what you forgot, so you don't ever relearn it again.
My name is John.
And so the reason why I think the way
But
they
some people call me
is quite
Edmund.
mischievous in a sense is it is well understood in the space that you're going to end up distilling your models, right? So if you're going to distill your models, when you distill things, something that has not been ablated distills very quickly. So you don't really save much by ablating excessively before you distill something. So if they did a lot of distillation, which it sounds like they did, if they did a lot of ablation, which it sounds like they did, and then they said, hey, look at our costs, ignoring ablation, they just moved some of the costs from one section of the training pipeline to another section, and then said, look at the section that we're talking about. It's cheaper than everybody else's similar section. But we don't even know that because nobody really knows what that cost is. So I would look at the paper as saying they have tried everything they can, and they were able to get the cost down to at minimum, it feels like the minimum cost is going to be 5.6 million to make a model like this, if you knew exactly everything that you had to do perfectly.
I will say
before you start.
The importance of making models that are super large as well.
Yes.
Is that you can use them to build smaller models that are much better.
Almost.
So maybe we can.
I think one of the complications is like all the things you see being quoted for DeepSeek are the R1 model, not the distilled model.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Have you seen comps of the distilled model yet?
I've seen smaller versions of it that are distilled. Yeah.
No, I know I know the distilled versions exist. I'm saying, have you seen any benchmarks or LMSys rankings of the distilled model?
I have not, no.
Right? Isn't that kind of weird, given that the large model is on LMSys?
I think
LMSys.
The problem is as well, though, is that when you do modifications like that, right? Like when you have, like in the early days when the Llama model was leaked. Remember when the Llama model was first leaked? Because of Facebook's incompetence. And then a lot of these researchers came out and they did like Vacuna and a bunch of other ones. Back then they were being trained. They were being trained by universities to basically beat the benchmarks and do much better on the benchmarks. But I think as now you have hundreds, thousands of fucking versions all created by different people, it's kind of difficult to keep track of every single one of them.
So I understand what you're saying. So it would be an interesting case study for, I think, more people to understand how LMSys works as an organization. It's run by the University of Berkeley. They've done an amazing job of never leaking any models before they come out, right? And you can imagine how top secret, like they know what everybody's progress is. If you want to know what the best model is before anybody else knows, you got to figure out somebody who works at LMSys who has loose slips. They are the keepers of all the secrets, because every model competes on LMSys and they release on LMSys, and they can release. They can actually privately test before they release a small percentage. The thing about LMSys is it's not a benchmark. It's actually streaming in user traffic and letting the user who prompted decide which result is better. So it's very difficult to fake. It's the closest thing to what you actually want to do. Now, there may be a selection bias of the kinds of users that choose to use LMSys versus, just use a bot in general. That's, obviously there's never going to be perfect data. However, like scientifically, competing on LMSys is pretty sad. Competing on benchmarks, you can never tell. Did you train on it? Did you train on derivative works of the benchmark? Why is it performing so well on benchmarks compared to other models, yet on LMSys it's not, even in the same categories? Right? That's suspect.
I will say, right, so the issue I have with LMSys is that it doesn't seem to always reflect real world things, right? So if I'm like working with both Claude and Gemini, and I can tell with my own eyes that the code that the Claude writes is much better than the code that Gemini is writing, but yet Gemini has a higher ranking. It's a bit suspicious, right? Because and you have that experience among lots and lots of people, but still with LMSys, you somehow have a higher ranking.
So
do you think
if you
that
go into
we have
LMSys,
I turned on my laptop.
so you can actually look at subcategories, and if you look at the coding category, you'll notice DeepSeek is number 2, right? So it's actually not. I think it may be a misunderstanding of how they're presenting the data. Not that the data is incorrect, right? Their process is open source.
In the past, I haven't looked at the LMSys recently, but there was a situation where it was ranking. I believe it was ranking Gemini above Claude, and every single person you met in real life who had used either of them would tell you that Claude's code was much better.
Yeah, so there's the overall rankings, but there's also subcategory rankings. So if you're looking at
I'm talking about the subcategories. So you have a drop-down menu, and you can check, okay, coding, Japanese, Chinese, English, overall. You can check like that.
Yeah, and then on LMSys they have further subcategories where you can say like remove things from that were rated badly because of style and whether the code compiles or doesn't compile. There's a lot of like you can dive deeper and deeper into it, and I think you can also send your recommendations to them, right? Like if you think that the way they're doing things isn't fair comparison, but I would argue it's probably the best comparative approach for testing models, which and testing models is very, very hard, right? They're neutral, right? Like I think they're neutral. Like I don't see why they would have a bias.
I'm not doubting that they're neutral. I'm saying when you have two side by side, it isn't just, I think, the fact. It isn't just the fact. I don't think that LMSys themselves is rigging any results. But I think there's a human component. There's kind of a human component, which is if you have to do two things side by side and you're comparing them, maybe potentially you would be giving the one that sounds more human a higher score, or the one that sounds more, that is more nice to you,
or the one that's more verbose, possibly.
Yeah. Or the one
there will be
that
biases.
Explains it in more detail.
Yeah, that's certainly possible, but there's again, the same confirmation bias applies to when you're using something that has a brand that you like, you might be more forgiving of hallucinations than when you're using something that doesn't. Right? The human psyche is affected in many ways. That's why the double-blind nature of LMSIS is great. It's more scientific. I would say if you agree with the double-blind process for medication discovery and other scientific endeavors, it should also apply to prompt rating. In any case, the main reason why I bring this up is if you see how LMSIS works and you believe the claim that it only costs $5 million to train a model to equal capacity, then the third ingredient you have to bring into the conversation is the chinchilla paper on scaling. So we know the scaling laws are train for longer, increase quality. Why didn't DeepSeek build something much, much better than standard state-of-the-art today? Because if you have a technique that has leapfrogged in cost, why not spend 10 million and make something 50% or 100% better, or even 20% better than what's out there, and prove, hey, we can actually do this cheaper. In fact, if the others are doing it for 50 million, you can come out and say,
I think I don't necessarily think that's like a fair argument though, because we saw the same thing with Meta, right, where Zuckerberg literally went out and said that, yeah, we could have made Llama 3 much better. We just decided not to because we have these hypotheses that we want to test out for future models.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy cop-out, but Facebook is also a publicly run company. They have to watch their budgets. I'm just saying the difference is Facebook was saying it cost us a lot of money to train this. And so we're going to not spend more and more money on this. We're going to try other approaches that will reduce the cost and try in the future. That's a very understandable argument. DeepSeek is claiming we reduced the cost by 100x, but we're not willing to spend 2 times what we spent. We're talking about $5 million here, right? Theoretically, it's a drop in the bucket to make a splash that is unquestionable at that point.
Yeah, but if
you could pass every double-blind test.
If let's say that what the cost that they're giving you, the 5 million, is just including GPU time, it's not including anything else, which they have themselves said in the paper.
Yes.
It looks like they're being kind of transparent about that. If that's the only thing they're taking into account, that would also mean that you would have to spend a lot more time on more data that needs to be labeled correctly and isn't just going to be something that you're going to be releasing. If it takes more time, if you already have something much better right now, why not release it now?
I mean, if you assume the rumors are that it costs about $50 million to train a state-of-the-art Llama-like or OpenAI-like model, and DeepSeek says it cost them about 6 million, 5.6, to train something equivalent. If the other parts of the costs that they're hiding, like the ablation, deletion, the iteration, all that kind of stuff, is equal to 45 million, then I think, personally, it is unethical to print it the way they did and then to run with a story that they're 1/10 the cost. If the ablation is only, say, 20% more, 30% more, then we're discussing a weird thing, right? So, like, if you're going to spend 5.6 million, say it was even $8 million or $10 million, let's say it was all the other costs are double the cost. They could still spend $20 million and have something today that would undoubtedly be better than absolutely everything out there, and then the humanity as a species could stop approaching AI in the old way. And they would now just say, you know what? PPO is dead. Everybody's going to go towards GRPO. You have proven that your approach works better. All hail the new AI leads, right? Instead, they didn't do that. And this is very important because they have access to existing models that can be used as teacher models. And it's so much easier to bring something up to what the teacher can do. It's much harder to surpass what the teacher can do. So if you can say that GRPO is really good at catching up to PPO, that's great, but that doesn't really do anything for us as a society, because once you have a PPO model, you already have that model. You don't need to build a second model.
Yeah, but we have seen examples like we saw with John when John came on that it does actually in some areas surpass the models that exist already.
Yeah, but law of large numbers, right? I think can all agree that if, even if you got marginally better in some subcategories, but you can't actually continue progress from there, that approach isn't that good. What you would say is, okay, great, we can use GRPO after the last best model on PPO. And then you only need to do that if PPO didn't get you to AGI. I'm just like saying from an academic point of view, it seems very, very odd to make the claim that you have something that is dramatically cheaper and then say, but I'm not going to show you that it can actually do better. I mean, it'll be very obvious within the next 6 months, right? Like if it is in fact that much cheaper, why wouldn't they eventually bring out a more intelligent plan?
Yeah, that's true.
That's like saying, let's say they spent $5 million, and had they spent $50 million, they could have got AGI. Why not do it? like how many orders of magnitude are we away?
You would be absolutely fucked if they created AGI. China creates AGI. We're cooked.
Dude, 100%.
Yeah.
They called a war. They called a one China policy for a reason.
Yeah, I forget who it was, but there's a popular hedge fund manager. He posted this just recently. It's
Ray Dalio?
That's it. You got it. You know exactly what I was about to say. Do you want to say it?
Yeah, because Ray Dalio is. I didn't see what the post you were talking about is, but when you said pro-China or China, when you mentioned China, I knew immediately it was Ray Dalio because he's very bullish on China.
No. This is the opposite. So this is not him. Let me look it up afterwards. But somebody in the audience might remember exactly what the tweet is. But they basically pointed out DeepSeek is theoretically funded, not theoretically, pretty openly funded by a hedge fund. If the hedge fund clearly disclosed everything as they did, and the markets misunderstood, and they fanned the flame, and they got people to sell off a ton of NVIDIA shares.
They made a ton of money from the short.
They made a ton of money from the short, and they are a hedge fund, and that was perfectly legal for them to do. It is weird, but it is, why is a hedge fund? This is the other thing. Why is the hedge fund funding this? And when you ask them why they're doing it, they're like, "Oh, it's just a pet project." It's very strange. Everything about this is strange. The other strange factors are that it's happening in China. Everything is subsidized. You're correct. The $2 is actually possible, but I haven't seen it in a cloud compute offering. You were correct. It is available in some batch offerings, but it's very, very small amounts. So at the extremes, yeah, you can get a small amount of chips for a small amount of time, but that's not how training actually works. You need a lot of chips.
You also have to consider that China has significantly lower electricity costs.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the primary cost is, if you look at the cost of training a model, when people do the cost structure, it's not the electricity cost that's costing a lot of money. It's the amortized cost of the chip, right? Because you're renting something that costs $40,000.
Mm-hmm. If you're buying it, though, if you're buying it cash, you're not renting it.
Yeah, if you get the thing for free, I agree. That's not an academic paper, though. That's like saying, our model is free because we started with the solution, and therefore it costs us enough money to train.
It wouldn't be free because you're taking the upfront cost, though.
Yeah. I guess if you were to say, let's start writing papers where everybody has the same amount of GPUs and we're going to all ignore electricity costs, who has the best approach? That would be an interesting paper, right? To say, let's ignore these things because these costs vary in different regions and various other things. But then the question I would ask you is, yes, I agree electricity cost is cheaper in China. Do you think the electricity cost for the data centers is the same as the electricity cost for residents in all other regions? Because realistically, you know, when these large companies make data centers, they negotiate the electrical rates. They negotiate everything.
Yes.
They don't pay rates that are much different than what China's getting.
I would disagree with that. I would say still China's going to be much cheaper than the data centers in the US.
Okay.
Because you also have to consider, let's say you have solar panels, right? Let's say your data centers is being run on solar panels. China is the one that makes the solar panels.
What if your data centers are running on hydroelectric power in Canada and there are many places where they have excess power?
In those cases, you still have to meet several regulations that could potentially higher the cost that you have. Where in China, they don't give a fuck about the regulations.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're just discussing like who's subsidizing more. That's not an academic paper.
Yeah, fair enough. No, but the reason I bring this up is because this is kind of what happened with crypto as well. The reason why so much mining was happening in cryptocurrency and crypto in China was because of the fact that electricity was much cheaper.
Not entirely true. There are a lot of other countries where electricity was cheaper, including Canada. That's why I brought the Canada example, because there were actually places where your electricity is fully included. I think Edmonton, Alberta, or there are a few places.
It happened in a lot of. It also happened in Kazakhstan and a few other countries that were Soviet, where they had basically built places that were generating electricity that were far away from civilization. The miners would just go to those locations.
Yeah, but the difference with China was Bitmain is based in China, and they were the one making all the ASICs.
Yes. Yeah.
So that has more to do with they were trying to like increase the hash rate, so there was a perception of huge interest, so that more people would get involved.
There was also a lot of people mining in Iran because the Iranian government heavily subsidizes prices.
Sure. But anyway, I think we can agree. It has no bearing on like the AGI race. So anyway, thanks for the time, Adrian. I do have to go soon. I don't know if there's any last thoughts. I think you said you had some questions. I'm happy to answer them, but I should get going soon.
No, I pretty much asked all of them. He's really good with those. But yeah, thanks for coming. This is awesome. We'll clip, I think, a lot of this afterwards so people can segment this and watch it individually and digest it.
Yeah, in general, I think my big takeaway advice for everybody, whether it's this, it's fires, it's anything else, is take a beat, read the source material on your own before you read opinions.
Absolutely. Verified, not trust.
Yeah, even if it's me. In fact, I will be very happy if anybody wants to go through this space and find something I said incorrect that they can verify with source material. That would be fun. Thank you.
Because that way you can keep improving.
In fact, this would be an ongoing challenge.
So that way you can keep improving, so it's like less wrong. It's like an AI.
Yeah. Meta, you're full of shit. I will provide no evidence for this.
Auda's going to go create the source material.
Literally.
He's like, look, I got it from a newspaper called Source Material.
Yeah.
Wow.
In fact,
what is
check
your
out
source?
sourcematerial.com. It doesn't exist yet. It should.
What is your source? The sources that I made it the fuck up.
Well, my personal favorite, it came to me in a meme.
It came to me in a dream, yeah.
Alright, I gotta go. Bye, everybody.
Alright, see you, man.
Okay.
See you around.
See you later.
Alright. Good luck. Many more Doge savings to everybody. Bye.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
That's cool. I see Paul down there. Maybe we can bring him up.
For sure.
Can you bring up Paul? Or?
Yeah, bring up Paulie. I want to talk to Paulie. I just keep calling him Paulie. He should probably rename himself to Paulie because of the memes. But Paul is pretty good too.
Yeah. What's up, Paul? How's it going?
Still alive, so happy to be here.
Wait,
What are
what?
you guys doing?
What the fuck did you do? What do you mean I'm Tuesday? It's Tuesday, I'm still alive. What do you mean? What did you do?
I survived Monday and I survived Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, candidly, nothing terribly exciting. I've actually been trying to get DeepSeek running locally and LinkedIn with Cursor so I can write some interesting web scraping code for some political activity.
Jesus
Government
Christ.
websites are really poorly built.
This is probably like one of the worst things you could ever say on Spaces, but it's funny at the same time. It sounds extremely fucked, but it's also really useful and actually totally fine.
It's just amazing the data that exists that is clearly organized and structured by government agents and people that don't really care about data. The particular example, I live in New Jersey, and New Jersey has a gubernatorial election coming next year, and I was looking at the elections records, and they have them. They're published. They're in PDFs in a very strange tabular format, and it is thousands of files going back to the early 1900s, and they are all broken down by county, by municipality, and they have them sorted out in a million different weird, strange ways. So I'm trying to write a web scraper that goes in and pulls everything it can find and then extracts useful information and puts it into a more structured format where you can actually, glean insight from the data. But as it exists in PDF format, it is completely inaccessible. And I'm not sure if that's on purpose or not. I'm going to lean towards incompetence because I also have to build a sitemap for the website because they don't even have that. So yeah, it's fun.
You should have it handled by a porn site.
Right.
They do a great job of that.
It's an inside joke. What I was telling you is an inside joke. It's because the porn sites literally have better statistics and have a better method of publishing those statistics than the government that legislates them.
Yeah.
Literally. We do this
They've got
sometimes.
direct incentive there, right? They make money directly from it. The government stuff is because we have to.
I don't really think that they
Yeah, the
necessarily
other day-
have to, but it's just cool to have the stats.
We went on the other day, all of us went on Pornhub, and we were looking at the stats that they publish.
Mom, I swear, we didn't look at it for any other reason. We just looked at the statistics. See here, highlights of the year. And I don't mean the videos, I mean the statistics of those videos specifically.
I do have a huge laugh. They put out a report every year, and somehow or another that's a fucking X. And that report,
Yeah.
yeah,
Even he knows.
it's like the
He knows
funniest
about
shit. They have like a state-by-state rundown of like the weird shit that people are looking for.
Dude, if you want to know, if you want to know what's wrong with Germany and what like fucking a few decades of feminism does to a place, just look at fucking Germany, man. Holy shit, those statistics are fucking pathetic. That shit is really pathetic, man. And China's interesting because their specific thing is like because they don't really have porn there, they have to like go to other places to get porn from those specifically. So when they're searching it from there, they like go to Japanese porn for some reason. So they don't have local porn stars. That's why they go Japanese porn instead. I thought it was just an initial preference, like they don't like themselves, but I doubt that that's the case.
Yeah, I think that's probably this is what we can get kind of thing. I think it's funny, some of the weird outliers that are in there. I'm
French.
trying to remember, I haven't seen it in a couple of years, I don't think, but there's a couple states in the U.S. that, like, they're the only ones on the list that have something bizarre. I'm coming up completely blank here.
What the fuck is going on in Maine? Like, Maine is insane. Why is Maine insane?
They're probably like some animals or something weird like that.
I don't even know what happened in, like, 2023. That shit was wild. Ironically enough, I think for the statistics for 2024 were a lot saner than the statistics of 2023, which, honestly, wow. Me and the bros at 3 a.m. looking at Pornhub statistics. Why?
I wonder, I mean, if you guys just looked at it, did they include any kind of year-over-year increase, decrease type data?
Yeah, they did. They did, actually.
What is the biggest category that has been expanding?
The these categories increase this much, this category decrease this much. Just like that.
So what's hot and what's on its way out?
I don't know, I don't remember.
Generally, everything has increased. There's like no decreases, actually, which is weird.
Yeah, China searches for Japanese as like their main category.
What's the main category for like California again?
It's what was it?
Lesbian.
It's like something like Moms Next Door or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
It's got to be water sports.
I think it was lesbian.
No. It was not no, Canada was lesbians.
Let me check right now.
California was like best friend's mom or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
California
sure
was
something
actually
like
quite vanilla, to be honest. I was expecting them to be the lesbians. Now, for some reason, the top category for Canada is lesbians. That doesn't make sense to me, but it is the way it is.
So maybe this is like a circle, and California has gone so incredibly far around
That they come back around the other way, yeah.
And what is taboo to them is
correct.
normal to other people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Belize was correct. Friend's mom is in California.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild.
I don't understand. What is the preference of friend's mom there? Why is that a thing? This is like the type of person who's watching porn videos before the entertainment, not the thing that it's supposed to do.
True.
I think it might be a power thing. They just want to fuck over people that have given them trust.
Countries,
100%.
the top 20 countries were taking 80% of traffic.
Yeah. Hang on, I find that's great. Let's do.
Also, Philippines has way more porn watchers that are women than men.
Do they have any data for countries where it's full on illegal to consume as well? I'm imagining some of the like Middle Eastern countries are probably like full on ban. You may not access this.
They do have
What are
data
they
on
like?
that, yes. It's mostly anal or Arab.
Gotcha. Not terribly surprising or exciting. What was the most shocking thing that you saw that just blew your mind and you couldn't believe it? Besides the Chinese looking at the Japanese.
Honestly, something that I anticipated, but was also very hilarious at the same time, but shocking, was the French. They like have their own categories and everything. They're so into themselves. It's amazing. They're like the most into themselves country on earth, even though they have their own issues with migrants, which is wild.
What kind of categories do they have?
I can't read them. That's the problem. Like not because they're bad. I've no problem saying that part. It's that I can't read them because it's all in French.
I don't know French at all, but in my head I've just got baguette running around. Big old thick baguette.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just reconnect here. Bly's just dropped. Maybe bring it back up again. I'm gonna cook some steak. I'm so hungry and I need to cook a steak. Paul, have you been doing your push-ups and everything? You've been keeping in touch with the challenge? Or have you been too busy? Has DeepSeek taken your life?
I'm going to be totally honest. I have not actually been keeping up with it. I need to, and I'm just mentally drained with all the different things I've got going on. But I feel like there's light at the end of the tunnel. So here's my commitment to you. I'm going to go on mute right now, and I'm going to do them. It's 15 a day, right?
Yep. Yeah, it is. Easy beans.
I'm going to do them right now.
In France, the most searched term was Francais. Francais by a wide margin.
Yeah.
Showing they were interested in their own kind, both language and people. The next most searched term was hentai, which contributes to the trend of the year. In third was MILF, then amateur Francais in fourth.
Yeah.
It It appears the term Latina got a boost of 5 spots. And anime was up a massive 22 spots. On the other hand, lesbian dropped 7 spots.
Nature is healing.
Alright, challenge complete for the day.
In France. Trending searches in France included Orgasme Français, up 300%, Femme Mature, 232%. It seems like French liked women in glasses this year, with Femme à Lunettes was up 209%.
That's a strange one. Why glasses?
Because autism, bruh. Just kidding.
I love it. So for anybody that's in the space that isn't part of the challenge or doesn't know what the challenge is, I'll let Adrian kind of explain the whole thing, but I just did 15 push-ups and it took me less than 60 seconds. So you should all get on this train and get healthy. Let's go.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Like, I chose it intentionally low so that everybody has the minimum baseline. Don't be discouraged by the fact that you're only doing the bare minimum baseline. You're engaging with the challenge in the first place. That already, like, sets you above many who are not doing it at all. So, here's the thing. I pin it up at the top of the space. You do 15 push-ups, you limit alcohol intake, ideally to none, switch to a high-protein, low-carb diet, cut out sugary drinks entirely, stop eating snacks, and that's basically it. You can also, like, do other things like walking. You can like exercise you add on top of that if you want to exceed the bare minimum. And waking up early is also important. Read books if you can. It's good for your attention span. Good books, not weird fucking pulp fiction dog shit.
You're the last person that lets us sleep. Wake up. We can't even sleep on time, let alone wake up on time. What the fuck?
Hey, I always wake up on time because I don't sleep.
True.
I don't need to wake up because I'm never asleep.
Wish I could do that.
Although I do actually I do sleep. Like yesterday I fell asleep at a good time.
Nice.
I wanted to play some Halo, but then I was so tired I was like, nah, fuck this, I'm gonna go to bed.
Fair enough.
I was gonna like either do PoE or Halo because I was like, I'm so fucking exhausted. I can't like even do PoE. It's too much brain power. Okay, let's just go blow some aliens up. Let's play Halo. And I was sitting there like, nope, let's go sleep.
Yeah, Halo's nice for that. Just turn your brain off and just blow shit up.
Yep. You found a mode where you don't even have to fight people. So it's like the bare minimum, man. It's fantastic.
It's pretty cool. You should join us, Paul. We're playing Halo on Steam now, Halo Infinite. Just the multiplayer. It's free to play, so.
Yeah.
I am so tempted, but I have so much shit going on in life right now. I'm using PoE as kind of a mental break retreat, and then just heads down with everything else.
Nice. Good job. Oda, have you played any PoE?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Why? Didn't you give him a key?
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't you play at the beginning and then you just didn't keep playing?
You fucking
because I told
dipshit.
you.
Just wasted a key.
I told you guys I can't make it past this point. And then you guys are like, I'll help you out, and then you never fucking help me out.
Yeah, because you never logged back in.
Exactly.
Because like whenever I log in and I try to fucking play that shit, I die instantly.
Yeah. You gotta get some
Right.
There's stuff in the guild stash for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Just take shit out from there. Like whatever you, Oda, what did you choose? What did you choose?
I don't even remember.
Pretty sure he chose
If you chose the
Sorceress.
monk, you're gonna be cracked.
I thought it was Sorceress he chose. I can't remember.
I
but
think
it was.
Sorceress.
We got a lot of equipment for Sorceress. We can hook you up.
Okay.
Bump up the defense, put a little DPS on that shit. One shot a few bosses for you.
Oh, yeah.
Running you through the acts is going to be no problem whatsoever. You just kind of have to follow us.
Yeah, I'm super easy.
Like, I can run ahead and just speed clear, Blythe can pick off, and then you just pick up items that you see if you like. We have also very good rarity on, so there should be good stuff. Because I'm not picking up anything that drops, it's all garbage to me. Except for if it's the Staff of the Caged God, then I'm gonna be all over that shit like fucking... I'm not gonna say it.
If we can get into maps, we can like power level him super fast. Like if we can get into like
you're gonna be all over it like a Chinese porn abuser on a Japanese counterpart.
Oh my god, no. Fuck no, what the fuck? Jesus, man. Dude, imagine if we have like an international community, which I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure we have an international community that's like, wow, this is what an American just like casually says. You know, so you got an American person here, you got a German, you got whatever out is, you got a Canadian that's Blythe.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a bit unique as Americans go. Most of us are not like me. I'm a bit of an outlier, so please disregard any cultural insensitivities.
He's actually a bit of an outlier in some ways, but he's a very inlier in other ways. Inlier doesn't exist, by the way, I just made it up.
Liar. Sounds like it could be a thing.
Yeah, it could be a thing, 100%. I just don't know if it is. I just fucking put it together in my brain. I'm more so, like, if you wanted to look at what an American is, or, like, could be, I kind of fit the bill, ironically enough. I know I'm supposed to be like a German. I have German tendencies. But I am more so by execution and by the type of values that I represent, you know, like freedom of speech and various other things that are quite, you know, prevalent in America, or should be prevalent anyways, and should be defended. Like, I represent that, and I like those values quite a lot. Without that, we have nothing. That's why America as a country, to me, is very interesting, and I like it. It's actually the most interesting country there is. Like, literally, it's a fucking empire. Wow. You know, are you not interested in the global superpowers and what they do? Like, you should be. But you know what else? But you know what's funny? Normally, that's a thing that everybody should be interested in. However, the American mainstream is the fucking worst. Like, especially the mainstream that deals with, like, the weird, irrelevant culture stuff, like listening to celebrities. But I think what we've seen over the last couple of months, almost like half a year at this point, is that people don't genuinely listen to these celebrities as much as other people would like to have you think. Because look at something like Taylor Swift and her endorsements, right? It went nowhere. It just fucking died on arrival. Look at like Cardi B and all these fucking sellouts and whatever else remained. And then what was it, Mark Ruffalo, who was like raging about Elon, and then even he even dragged me into this as well by saying he doesn't even have his own accent anymore. I'm like, this motherfucker.
Wow.
So,
I know for a fact that Mark Ruffalo knows that I exist, and he does not like me.
That's funny. Yeah.
He went a little Hulk mode there, but realistically, the way that it looked like was just... It's like an Avengers Endgame, the first part, man. You got a little something going on there, but then you kind of killed it with that last reference there, not gonna lie. I mean, if you want to go full, you want to go all the way, you're gonna have to name names, man. Like, if you're gonna name drop me, that I appreciate. I wouldn't even be mad at you. Be pissed at me, but make sure you name drop. That's the thing. I say, like, whenever there's a thing where somebody dislikes me, you will either... I'm a very binary person by preference, like when it comes to other people's preferences. You'll either really like me or really, really dislike me. There's like hardly any gray area. You'll start to realize how binary the universe truly is by liking me and not liking me. And then you'll understand what looks like a conceptual gray area. That gray area is just whatever topic I so happen to riff about at the time, which you will dislike me for, or like me for. Because there's a bunch of stuff that people will agree with me. Like, there's stuff that people agree with me with, but like, there's other stuff that people just vehemently... That's like, okay, cool. You know? Yeah.
Or because you burp into the mic or something like that, you know?
Yeah. People have like a problem with that, even though it's funny as shit sometimes. I mean, I don't do it all the time, but I do it quite frequently, right? It's a bit of a distinction. But yeah, I think it's funny. People think it's funny. They laugh like crazy about it. It's
There's a fun story. I once did a phone system installation many years ago at a film studio locally here in Philadelphia, which I won't name because God only knows if I signed some NDA back then. But some of the tightest security I've ever been through to just go into this facility, and they work with a director that's also Philly-based, which anybody with half a brain could probably guess, but I also won't name. Loves the horror genre, if that makes it any easier. And it was crazy, some of the stuff that I saw, and just even some of the titles of people that I was programming into the phone system. I learned an awful lot about the dirty underpinnings of the film industry by just being on that site in those studios and deploying a phone system there. It's pretty crazy.
Wild.
If I know DeepSeek's system prompt, like, is that something I'm able to say? Like, is that okay, or do I get fucked somehow if I do that?
They're a Chinese company. Do you travel to China often? Are you worried about being subject to their jurisdiction? Or are you in a country where extradition might be a problem?
No.
Do you ever
But
plan
I mean,
to
you're
travel to
referring
China?
to a large hornet's nest, so I'm probably going to hand it to someone who has the ability to withstand hornets, but also probably not.
They did open source it, and they did publish all the papers around it. I'd say let it rip. Your call.
Yeah, true, but they technically didn't open source it. That's the problem. Like, you can't modify it. It's available, but you can't modify it. We had like that discussion with Metaphor earlier, where they basically relied off of open source stuff, but didn't really make it open source itself. They didn't open source the result.
I didn't look into it. I thought that it was out under the MIT license. No?
Yeah.
I believe that. I believe.
Okay, so that's not the... Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Open weights.
Yeah, you can call it open weight. There's a big difference between open source. If something is open source, it's recreatable. It's not recreatable because they haven't given us every single piece. Yeah.
So it's a big L internationally, because they basically took everybody else's shit that was available for free and turned it into this. Pretty cool. Like, I will say that was a very Giga Chad move on their part.
Takes up the landscape, yeah.
It's interesting seeing how other people respond. This might have been like a Photoshop or somebody just editing something and throwing it out there just for impressions. But I saw somebody had access to Grok 3. I was like, oh boy, here we go. It's going to speed everything up, which is fantastic.
I haven't seen too much about it actually in action yet, but excited to try it when it comes out.
By the way, Adrian, I need to go.
Real?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be back. Maybe I'll be back, I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, sure. Let me, actually,
You see, Elon announced that SpaceX is actually going to bring home those 2 stranded astronauts, and he said it's terrible that the Biden administration left them for so long. So, yeah, because POTUS asked him to do it. Yeah, very true. It's good that they're coming home, though.
I was a little surprised when I read that. I saw that post earlier too, and I was thinking to myself at the time, like, I thought he already did that. I thought he brought them home months ago, and I guess that never actually happened, and they've been up there all this time. That's really sad that I forgot.
Yeah. They had to spend the whole Christmas. Huh? Yeah.
Blaze, can you clip the part where Lord Miles was here?
I don't know if I don't think my recording was even on at that point. Yeah, because I was still like loading in.
Then use the rec spaces tool.
All right, I'll look at it.
That'll work. I've been meme posting today a bunch. Felt that was funny. Then I think there was a bit of a bot purge, so that was interesting too. So my following took a bit of an impact there, but not that much. Still interesting to see though that they are in fact still cleaning the bots, which is great. So yeah, that's definitely cleanliness. And I got into a bunch of fights with people. That was pretty cool also. Disagreements of usage of a term in reference to something that they don't even do themselves, which I was like, okay. Cooked a little hard there, which was very good. Resulted in the removal of both me and that person this time from a group chat.
Which was a lot of fun. It was good. It was a good development. I gotta say, I wonder without one now there's silence, then there's peace.
I'm going to call
that was
win for
fun.
you. Net win.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just took a look at your count, by the way. I didn't get a chance to say it before, but congrats on 250. But now that you're back to 249.9, I'm going to get to say congrats again. So anybody that's in this space who's not following Adrian, do it right now so that we can put him back up over 250K. Go.
Yeah, it's only like 33. Actually, no, I need less than 33. That's like 23. If 23 people would follow me, then I would be back at 250.
Nice.
The quarter mil.
Big milestone, yeah. You see, an F-35 crashed near Fairbanks, Alaska, but the pilot ejected safely. It was like on a military base, an Air Force base. That was kind of spectacular looking. Good thing he's safe though.
Those things don't have a great track record, do they? The F-35s.
Still getting
Outside
a lot
of
of
being outrageously expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are super expensive. Yeah.
Gonna explode.
We might have, just for people to know, we might have another showing with Nick Fuentes. He's going to be debating somebody about something. Could be really fun. This time it's going to be a bit different. It's not going to be a person on the left. It's just going to be a person who's been subject to a few of his claims and probably would want to defend themselves. It would be interesting because the debate's out there. People are looking for it and they're thinking, okay, you know what? Yeah, this could happen. We're going to do it. And yeah.
Awesome.
Should be fun.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what is this?
X has entered into partnership with Visa to introduce X Money account, apparently. So that's kind of cool. That'll be for U.S.
Yeah.
customers first, I'm assuming, yeah.
It's true. We're gonna have X money soon, it seems, per their own announcement. So,
Cool.
hell yeah.
Good stuff.
We're gonna have it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be incredible.
And it is all coming together. Would be really good if they had their own wallet or something, so that you could trade and Doge and do whatever you'd want. You know, give somebody a little Doge on the side, like, hey man, I loved your art so much. It's worth a couple Doge. Here you go. The amazing tip.
Yeah. Will be cool.
They should do that. They should really do that. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens. Little tip of
There's
Doge.
not going to be any tax on tips soon, and hopefully no income tax either. I can't wait.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
I got my my IRS forms from my employer today, and it's disgusting how much money goes out in taxes before I ever even see it, before I get taxed on it again, spending it.
The double tax,
Yeah.
double dip.
I could probably support 3 or 4 other families, and it's just horrible watching that go right out the door. I look at income tax going to the federal government in a very similar way as Social Security and Medicare taxes going to the federal government. Social Security is kind of a corollary for the rest of it. So I pay Social Security, and if it's still around by the time I retire, if it remains solvent, which is questionable to begin with, I'm going to get such a low return on that investment that it's really a loser relative to inflation. So I'm basically getting robbed to subsidize, folks that started this thing many years ago. But income tax really isn't all that different. I'm paying income tax, and the government is taking it and using it to do a bunch of different things, with or without my approval. They don't give a shit. And maybe those things are a net societal good, but I think my return on investment there is still pretty damn low. And if I had that same amount of money in my possession and under my control, I could make much smarter investments with a much higher return and do a lot more good than they ever could in a million years. So yeah, let's get rid of that. Off my soapbox.
Yeah, it makes sense. By the way, just for my own personal curiosity, I would love to know this. If, say, for instance, a tipping feature were to go live, right, because, you have X money, so I assume probably you'll be able to send, money to other people. Let's say hypothetically, that is available, and if something like that were to be available for me, would you tip me something? And if you could, how much would you usually tip me? Like whenever I had like a space or something like that, and there would be some stuff that I do that you'd like, how much would you tip if you were to do it in the first place? Just wanted to know. From my own personal curiosity.
There is a tipping feature in X. I haven't turned it on for me yet because I'm like, I just don't put out enough content in a regular way that I would want.
Yeah, but it only goes to like, the problem is it goes to Patreon, and I don't want to go to Patreon, so it's like, nah.
Oh, it does? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it goes to Patreon or Bitcoin. Not everybody's gonna have like, crypto, right? So I'd rather have my fiat than a crypto because I don't want to liquidate. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of bucks at a minimum is fair. I look at it in terms of entertainment value. I look at kind of games and stuff the same way, and in movies. You go to the movie theater and you sit down and you watch, say a 90, 120 minute film, whatever. After you get, snacks and, something to drink, you call it $20 a person. So you're spending $20 for 120 minutes of entertainment. Rate's pretty high. Games, much less so. Everybody complains about the price of games, but if you play a game for hundreds of hours, you're getting every ounce of value out of that investment. And I think that spaces and podcasts really aren't all that different. You know, you come on here and you end up hanging out and chatting for, you know, hours at a time and learning stuff, and, you know, being entertained and laughing your ass off a lot of different times, and engaging with, you know, cool people. I think there's intrinsic value in all that. So I don't know. I mean, we could probably come up with a pricing model for it, but I think, you know, I don't know, $2 to $10 as like a gross, disgustingly broad range. It's probably appropriate, depending on the individual, the evening, the topics, how entertaining it was.
Yeah, somebody said somebody said they'd be willing to spend like 10, 15, sorry, 5.15, something like that. $1 to $2. Actually, the thing you can do at the moment is subscribe to me. So I feel like if you haven't already, you can in fact subscribe. There's a little thing there, the purple button. So you can do that. You can go subscribe. I'd recommend doing it on the website because that way I get more money. Because Apple is a piece of shit, so they want to have a cut of the money, which they don't deserve. They deserve like literally $0 for whatever my fucking effort is. They did nothing. You know, they don't deserve it. So just basically, I'd say just do it via the browser. Subscribe to me via browser, so I get more money that way.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Preston in the audience there. There you go. I see Preston in the audience.
You know what's funny? That might be one of the more interesting things that comes out of the whole X payments system in partnership with Visa is I think X may potentially be big enough that they could challenge Apple over that policy, over that VIG. You know, Apple could potentially pull X from the App Store, pull Grok from the App Store, but I have to wonder if Tim Cook has the stones to challenge Elon in that way.
It'd be popular for sure to try to do that in both directions. More so popular for, you know, anyone who wants to see Apple finally be taken to task. Because there's a reckoning that's long overdue for shit like this. Like, you know, like, what's your fair share? Like, this is the thing. This is also funny. It's the same thing that the socialists and the communists are doing. Like, mainly the socialists are extremely stupid. Like, they say you have to pay your fair share. They always say, like, about the billionaires and such, like, they have to pay their fair share. They already paid. They already pay taxes. They're already paying taxes. They've just set themselves up in such a way that it's very financially competent, right? So if you look at, say, what is their fair share? It's like with this here, you know, it's like Apple wants their fair share. What fair share? Their fair share of something you didn't make? There is no fair share. There's my fucking shit and no one's shit. Fuck your fair share. There is no fucking fair share. What do you think this is? I took my time, my effort, labor, and exchanged it for someone else's currency. And then somebody comes along and be like, oh yeah, I want a piece of that. Who the fuck are you? Like, it's like as if you go on the street, you just did something for someone. Let's say, for instance, you had a blown up tire, and you just like fix this person's car, and that person's about to give you like $100, and it's all like $1 bills. So it gives you like a little stack of cash there, and some rando comes along and says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna take like $2 from there." Who the fuck are you? Who's this motherfucker? Same shit. You're gonna let that happen? You're gonna have a problem with that? Probably yes, because it was not their money; it was your money.
Really interesting.
That's Apple in a nutshell.
That. I agree with you wholeheartedly, but there are interesting precedents set around that come from fields like medicine. And the example that I remember, and I'm not as well versed on this as I probably should be, but it's somebody that is incapacitated and gets hospitalized. The hospital, they didn't ask for services, they didn't consent to receive services, but the hospital is duty bound to try and save their life anyway, and whatever expenses they incur along the way, they're more than legally able to go recover and bill for, even though somebody never said, yeah, never did it, they still received it and got benefit from it. So I hear you completely, and I think that might be some of the precedent that Apple is leaning on. Conceptually, I do think it's totally unjust, though. It makes sense for something like an app where it's like, okay, they built the hardware platform. They created the Swift coding language, and they expose a large audience to authors and firms that are building apps for the App Store, and they provide payment services and make that kind of easy. But is it a 30% cut? I don't know about that.
Apple is one of the worst political censors on the internet, and practically nobody knows about it. Because if Facebook censors someone who has a lot of followers, or if old Twitter censored someone with a lot of followers, people noticed. If Apple censors an app, nobody notices, right? Because the app just dies and it doesn't have any users. And so they've been censoring consistently, right? Gab.com has not been able to get an app on the App Store, on either the Apple App Store or the Google App Store. And because Gab is so politically controversial, no politician will touch it, right? Or so they haven't been able to get back onto the App Store. I'm sure if one congressman picked this up, they'd be able to do it. Parler, right, is another case of an app that got censored by both app stores, Apple and Google. Eventually, Apple let them back on, right, after a huge amount of lobbying by political types. But Apple threw them off of the App Store after January 6th, right, despite the fact that most of January 6th was planned on two apps run by a different company. It was planned on WhatsApp, and it was planned on Facebook, right? It's Facebook's event feature. Now, whatever you think about it. And then what happened was Kara Swisher did a disastrous interview with the CEO, disastrous for the CEO of Parler, and a bunch of left-wing activists decided they needed to get unpersoned from the internet. So Google banned them, Apple banned them, and AWS booted them off at the same time. But it's really insidious because Apple has this, it's like the last bastion of censorship on the web. And the problem is nobody sees it unless you've been directly or indirectly privy, right, to that censorship because you happen to live in a part of the internet where you actually notice stuff really, really early on, and then it gets censored. So I don't know if they're ever going to have their reckoning because nobody notices the kind of shit that they do. But when they definitely do it, it's super insidious. It was a key part of the censorship apparatus that was, operating most of the internet from 2017 until Elon broke the spell in 2022, and they're still doing it. So they're not a good group of people.
I'd completely forgotten about Parler. I think you're
absolutely right. And
really
everybody fucking Parler was busy. They were growing. They had, I think, 16 million registered user accounts. Half of those were MAUs. They were crushing. And then January 6th happened. Parler had nothing to do with it, right? And then bang, Apple decided, Parler, you're dead. So Parler, it was Apple, Google, and AWS within 24 hours of each other all made the decision to deplatform Parler, and Parler was dead in the water. Just like that. And the other thing is all of these people who work at these companies, they all know each other, right? A lot of them were ex-DOJ or, ex-law enforcement in various capacities. They all go to, their little conferences, they go hang out together, they can call each other on the phone. And what happened was the trust and safety people at all these companies, at some point, they just decide, we're going to call up all our buddies, we're going to have a little whip round, and this company's going to disappear from the internet. And that's the way it was, that was the way things worked back in 2018, 2019, 2020. And Apple's a big part of that. And nobody, the crazy thing is nobody, Twitter took tons of flack for censorship. Facebook took tons of flack for censorship. Google took some because they were messing around with their sort of page ranking algos to do things like downrank Breitbart and promote Wikipedia and things like that. But Apple, surprisingly, not many people know just how much censorship they engaged in. And continue to engage. Right? Gab is not allowed back on the App Store. And it's been now 7, 8 years. So it's still, they're still engaged in political censorship, contrary to, what's going on in the U.S. government right now, the Overton window, moving rightward at light speed. Apple doesn't give a shit. They're still going to do censorship. And we're never going to find out about it because if Apple censors an app, it never takes off. No one ever finds out about it. And, nobody knows.
That's crazy. So Apple is such a good censor
that you didn't even know that the censorship was happening unless you were directly involved with like the apps, you know, like you were there.
100%. Unless you're there paying extraordinarily close attention, you don't even know what happens because they basically will crush an app before, you know, it's like anything in technology, right? Like you make the most money if you're the earliest, if you're, you know, right at the beginning of the trend, right? Nobody knows most of the world doesn't know about shit. Like half of the people who are going to know about something find out about it in the last doubling, right? If it's an exponential thing and it's growing, you know, if it's being adopted in that sort of way. So Apple gets you, right, when it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent. And so nobody finds out about it.
That's wild.
And the interesting thing is the DOJ under Trump 1 knew about this, right, and didn't do very much about it because I think Trump 1 is very different from Trump 2. Obviously, under Biden, nothing happened, right, in the censorship front because the censorship just increased like crazy. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if anything happens under Trump 2. But, you know, I think it's just, again, it's one of those things where, like, you could talk, you know, I guess you could talk to, if you look at, like, where Congress was sending all of their subpoenas and information requests and other things, like, they're sending them to Facebook. They send them to Twitter, right? Or they sent them to Twitter after the Republicans took the House. But, like, I can't recall Apple ever getting asked, hey, have you ever engaged in politically biased content moderation or censorship? Like, nobody has even asked them if they've done it, even though they very obviously have. And it's annoying because, like, I want to use what apps I want to use on my phone. I don't want Apple dictating to me what I can use or how much I have to pay. I mean, I subscribe to Adrian, and I use the web page to do it. And I recommend everybody do that because when I subscribed to Adrian, women found me more attractive. Men liked me. You know, my life improved. I started making more money. I started dressing better. Like, subscribe to Adrian. It's really going to change your life. But I did it via the website. And, like, if I did it via Apple on my phone through the convenient interface, they charge, I think, 30%, which is usurious. I don't think any payment processor in the world does that. It's just a huge amount of money.
This conversation, I already wanted it, but I want it so much more now, and this conversation just really pushes it even harder. I'm really looking forward to X-Phone. It's obviously not been announced.
It's not going to happen.
I'm not even sure if anybody's working on it, but it has to.
I mean, they're already hardware. Yeah, I think there are already hardware manufacturers out there. I think, like, if Google stopped being such a shitty company, like, all it takes is, like, Apple and Google to not be shitty, and, like, you don't need that product anymore. And I wonder if we can get Apple and Google to not be shitty at some point in the near future.
I think of the two of them, Google's probably better. I like Apple's hardware a little bit more, but they haven't innovated in years and years and years, and Apple Vision doesn't really count, I don't think. But
didn't they kill Apple Vision? Is that done?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, I think they may have
failed. I think
price point was way too damn high for a consumer good.
just too bulky. Yeah.
What was it for?
Just
Was
too
like
many glasses.
I think it was 3. I tried one on. I went to the Apple store just to check it out and see if it was any substantially different from the Oculus. And I was talking to the clerk in the store, and I'm like, take me through some use cases. Like, what would I use this for? And he's like, oh, check this out. You do spatial images. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I might do that like once. You know, be going out of my way to put a headset on to look at pictures. It seems a little weird. Take me through some productivity use cases, and the guy was beside himself. scrambling, trying to figure out how to maintain that Apple Store geek ethos and not choke and still hype the product like it was something I was actually going to buy. Like, all right, man, you guys are not ready. Thank you, but I'll see you later. I also needed to make an appointment just to try it.
Yeah, that was part of the problem when they did it. It was like, yeah, you have to book an appointment. And so I was just like, okay, well, this is New York City. I'm not going to strap something onto my face that's been strapped onto the faces of hundreds of New Yorkers in the last week.
They clean it and they put a thing on there. So that's one of the reasons you needed an appointment. Was they clean them thoroughly.
Yeah, yep. I mean, that was one issue. The other one is like, I saw the demos look kind of cool because like you put the thing on your face and like, oh cool, I'm wearing this thing on my head, and now I have this like jumbotron monitor. But like, that's why you have a jumbotron monitor, right? You don't necessarily need to like have a thing on your face, like so that you carry your monitor with you everywhere, so that it looks like it's just sitting in the corner of the room. I like the idea of maybe computers just kind of blending into the background so that you can do the work without actually looking at the screen. And I think with AI agent stuff, that's probably where we're gonna wind up. Is you'll just sit there and like have a conversation with your computer, and shit will just happen. And then what will happen is when the work product's done, it'll get served up to you, and you'll get to review it like on a monitor or something like that. And then you just send it off. I'm not sure you need to like carry the monitor with you everywhere. Just like oh yeah, cool. Like I'm sitting here like with this giant set of goggles on my head. Why don't I like listen to music? And it's like I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. It's not very intuitive. Like you do the music. So there's just out of the music box. It's not the thing on my head. You know?
Dramatically cheaper, more straightforward solutions for that. There's a lot of just glasses that are the size of regular glasses with a little bit of apparatus on the side that isn't particularly heavy. That if the only thing you actually need is like a second screen, it makes zero sense to get a VR headset for that. So. I think you're right on the AI use cases. It's like, am I going to look around a headset for some of this stuff? Do I really need this as the space? I don't think so. I'm yet to see true immersive use cases for these things. I think the closest I've come is actually inside Oculus for their dev environment. They've got like a world building thing where you're using the hand controls to pinch and shrink things and move around in three-dimensional space. So I think for like CAD applications, potentially, but even then, I mean, you kind of need a keyboard to be like punching in like tolerances and diameters and specifications and whatnot. You're generally not designing any kind of production stuff that doesn't have those things attached to it, where you're just like, hey, I'm just going to pinch this and make it smaller. I don't see it. It's the long and the short.
Yeah, it needs to get into the glasses form factor before there's any like widespread adoption of this. That's my opinion.
I think it'd be cool to have like a HUD, like so if you had some glasses and you could just have like a heads-up display, and then like I don't know, like you could have a drone that follows you around, and like if anyone tries to mug you, the drone kind of flies into them or something. I think that'd be cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like sort of like you walk around, your whole interface would just be like Halo 2. I think that'd be great.
Nice thing.
There's I forget, maybe it's OpenAI, I don't remember. One of the AI companies had a phone app where it would turn on your camera and you could walk around a room and it would record information about the space, and then you could ask it questions about the things that it saw. I think that is pretty close. If you could have something like that was integrated into a headset, I think it gets pretty damn close to HUD, kind of augmented reality use case, which would be really cool to see. But as far as I'm aware, nobody's even thinking about that right now.
True.
Does anybody know what model it was or what app that was that I'm thinking of?
No idea.
Not sure.
I will go on and see if I can find it and report back.
Looks like iPhone's latest software update has Starlink introduced Starlink satellite support, so that's kind of interesting. 18.3 iOS version. Interesting. That's for T-Mobile users.
So like what? Like Starlink internet, like native in the phone?
Yeah, it's just saying there's going to be support for Starlink satellite network in the latest iPhone update. So yeah, I guess it's going to be a beta that's going out to T-Mobile users, basically allowing them to directly connect to the satellites for communication whenever they're limited on their communication.
That's fucking awesome. That is so cool. That is so cool.
It's pretty cool, yeah. It says right here, currently limited to texting. Okay, so I guess that's their limitation right now. It'll change.
Yeah, but like, imagine how useful that is. Like you're off in the mountains or something, and you're
SOS or something. Yeah, exactly.
Right, and then all of a sudden you trip and you break your ankle, and you get a hold of someone, and like boom, it's like cool. There are no buildings around here. I'm on a fucking mountain.
Yeah,
clear view. Satellite. Send the text. That's dope. That's very, very cool. I mean, this is a problem I have all the time. Like I get stranded on mountains like at least twice a week, and this is something that
I go on mountains quite a bit too.
it actually is. It is kind of. It can be a problem if you're into skiing and shit, and you want to go down some like really hairy trails and stuff. Everybody has their cell phones with them, but like, let's say, I don't know, you get in a stupid position or something, your cell phone might not work if you're on the top of Killington or something like that, and you break your leg or you're injured, and then it's some random ass trail that people aren't going down all the time because it's a double black diamond with trees in the middle. And like, you could be totally like borked, like you could be in major shit. And so like this solves that use case perfectly. Like, because otherwise you need a Garmin, right? You need an InReach or something.
So Killington, you ride the outer limits, do you?
Yeah, look, I know Killington is not exactly the most extreme mountain in the world, but like they do have.
No. I'm laughing because I spent some of my youth in Woodstock, Vermont, and I spent quite a bit of time in Killington, so I just know it well. East Coast friend.
Excellent. Yeah, no. I was just up in Woodstock a couple weeks ago. And I'm trying to convince my wife that we should buy a house there, and she objects to this because she thinks that we should just go to the Woodstock Inn instead of getting a house. So that's a discussion. That's a conversation.
Yeah. So Woodstock Inn is cool, but having a place is much cooler. Inn's kind of like down in the village, across from the green. It's just like, all right, yeah, that's neat. But you're also kind of in the town. So if you're in a house, just statistically, you're likely to be at least halfway up a damn mountain.
Yeah, so like, it depends on the use case for the house. So like, my use case for a ski house has it's like a dual purpose, right? And this is not something I'm planning on doing in the immediate future. This is like a pipe dream kind of thing. So like, use case number one is that it's somewhere cool, like where you get to go skiing and it's winter and whatever. It beats just like being in Connecticut where it's just cold and it sucks and there's nothing to do. So like, at least up there you can do like stuff outside, and that's fun. The other one is like, if there's a nuclear war or societal breakdown, like I feel like I can survive better in Woodstock surrounded by aging hippies than I could like in southern New England where there are people from New York and the cities and other kinds of things, and suburbanites who are under the age of 50 and just like are psychotic. So I just have a feeling that like that would be a better place to ride that out. And I'm still kind of not sure whether that's going to happen in my lifetime or not. So it's kind of like, on the one hand, ski house, but on the other hand, like bunker, where I can just like hang out with a lot of guns and have some tin food. Like, that's fun, right? That's fun. Everyone thinks that would be fun.
What the fuck?
So I've had similar thoughts, and what I'm
Everybody
saying
thinks
is
this.
I'm not a prepper. I don't have like basement full of cans or anything like that. But I think as somebody with a family, if you're a man and you have a family and you're not thinking about, okay, what do I do in this scenario? You're negligent. Having lived in Vermont, though, what I'll say is it better be canned food because the growing season is dumb short. So you're going to struggle if you don't have a lot of stuff prepared, ready to go to ride you out like 9 months, possibly a year.
The math actually works out. So there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but his blog was called Hand Waving Freak Outery, which is like, because he had like a prepper blog, and basically he did the math, and he's like, listen, it's actually statistically likely, like 1 in 3, you have a 1/3 chance in a typical 80-year span of life that the United States is going to have some like absolutely cataclysmic domestic conflict. So like it actually kind of makes sense if you have an alternative plan. Like what's the chance that you're going to get a hurricane or like a really bad earthquake or something like that in your lifetime, right? So like if you're in the Pacific Northwest, I think it's like 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 in the next 30, 40 years that the Pacific Northwest is going to get an absolutely cataclysmic like mega thrust earthquake. That's something you should prepare for. Like it might not happen, but there's a good chance it might. And if you look at like the Revolutionary War as event number 1, and then the Civil War as event number 2, and you look at the time frame on which those occurred, the likelihood is basically statistically 1 in 3 that it will happen again, right? If you're born today in the next 80 years. So it's something that you might want to think about. So like that's kind of how the analysis works. And as long as you can hang out and have good beer and pizza and like awesome skiing at the same time, I think like you can address both of those use cases well with a ski house.
Dude, I love that we're sitting here and we're talking about a doomsday scenario and you're like pizza and beer and skiing. Fucking Chad.
Make the best of it.
Funny enough, I actually was concerned that 8 days ago it was going to be exactly that, and I was really, really surprised at the lack of a crazy outburst from Trump taking power. I suppose it's still possible, but considering some of the sweeping change that's happening right now, I'm less concerned than I have been in the last 10 years. It's not even close.
They don't like people. It hasn't even really fully registered yet what's happened because most of the EOs they'll have like an implementation lag. Both like there's an express implementation lag like of several weeks in a couple of the executive orders because the department heads have to go and implement the policies. I think the affirmative action executive order was delayed by there's like a month-long implementation period. And things like that, but like it's already affecting. So like this funding freeze that happened today, I'll tell you a story. So that my town is building this absolutely stupid community center at the cost of $24 million, right? It will never make money. It is the dumbest project. They're debt financing the whole thing. And part of it is that, and at the moment they're in these like final stages of implementation where they're preparing like grant applications and they're about to go out to referendum and various other things. So for fun, I decided I was going to do an analysis of of our existing public space that we have and to see how much space was actually used like for community center style space we currently have. So I published a blog post over the weekend, got absolutely rinsed like by the Democrats in town for doing it, but basically determined that the current spaces the town has are only utilized to like 10%, right, of their capacity, 10-15% utilization. And I had to do that by basically the town, I hit them with a FOIA request and they dumped the raw calendars, right, literally printouts of calendars from the beach and rec department. And I had to go through them by hand and then a printout of like booking reservations from the senior center, 4,000 rows of data with no hourly times on them. And I had to fucking go through that by hand. And I did the analysis and finally figured out there's no this fucking doesn't work. Like you're building a community center, it's all empty. Anyway, so part of the game.
And then they told you you're misunderstanding. You need to watch the Field of Dreams. You just got to build it, and then they will come.
Yeah, exactly. So that is my favorite movie.
Didn't understand the forecast, sir.
Well, so basically, like I had to get this done because they're running into these timetables for referendum deadlines. So there's a referendum deadline for March 18th if they want to that's one deadline for various reasons, like for bid timings. There's another one on May 6th, which is another referendum deadline because it's also the town's annual budget referendum, and they want to do the budget referendum at the same time as the community center referendum because all the parents who want the schools to get lots of money show up for the budget referendum. So that's like the timeline. So I had to get this data analysis done. So I did, pushed it out the door. Great. The hiring freeze then, and they're sitting there, the like board of selectmen meetings are happening. Like, listen, we're working on this grant funding. The grant funding's about to be finalized. Like, it's just total pork for like town employees. Anyway, the funding thing hits today, and I'm just like, this is amazing. They're going to probably wind up missing both of the referenda deadline for the next 8 months. Like, assuming that the grant freeze holds, just because like they were trying to rush this stuff out the door at the tail end of the Biden administration, because that's what they were doing, right? They were approving grants, they were just shoving money out because they had to get it done, they had to push these referendums done. And so like it's entirely possible that the executive order that Trump put out today will kill this project, which is just like this $24 million ridiculous pork project. And that's like happening everywhere, right? So like I think the reason there wasn't any pushback, you mentioned like you were January 6th or January 20th, like everyone was kind of bracing to see what happened, and nothing happened, right? It's because first, like the Dems were totally spent. They spent $2 billion on Kamala Harris and it went nowhere. And so they're all just kind of sitting there like, what the hell went wrong? A. B, like Trump came out the gates like storming, right? And I think he's going to have like, what is it, like 100 executive orders he's signed in the first week or something like that, which is more than any president in history. And every single one of them was surgically targeted at some huge part of the administrative state that it has like been really fucking with everybody's lives for a long time. And he's just one by one, just like they don't know where to start because he's just dismantling huge chunks of it. This thing where they're offering federal employees 8 months deferred service is fucking brilliant. These people don't do work anyway. So it's like, great, we'll pay you for 8 months to still not do work as long as at the end of it you resign. It's just fantastic. It's the most wonderful thing to see. Like one by one, just watching these orders come out and just like totally ruin all of this infrastructure that's been used to interfere with our lives for such a long time. But yeah, to answer your question, for my free time, I submit FOIA requests to my town for data on the usage of the senior center and other facilities, and then manually go through them by hand so that I can write about it. That's how I spend my free time. That's what I do for fun.
So I have a friend that is one of my coworkers, and he and I do something very similar. He does a lot of FOIA, and he's currently in the middle of like 3 or 4 different lawsuits with his town in Massachusetts, and they're related to corruption in local government. Not terribly dissimilar from what you're talking about. Less wasteful spending, more corrupt behavior being swept under the rug with multiple agencies involved, and non-compliance with FOIA type requests. And collectively, this is the kind of stuff that we do in our free time. It's that and reading like Supreme Court opinions and analyzing application to other things and kind of reading between the lines. So I feel you. It's fun.
I see someone in the audience. Their handle is Spurger Research, and I have a feeling that like they might also find this fun.
Sure, bring them up.
Sure. If they request.
How does that work for you, Blas? I've never actually hosted or co-hosted a space. Does it just like show up in like a list? What's the UI like?
You did actually co-host one. So basically it shows up in like a list of, there's a list of requests that you can see.
You click on it, then you can see which ones are trying to request up and join.
Yeah.
Normally it works this way. For the host, it's practically impossible to see it for some reason. So, right now, I know that there are requests, but I don't see any requests. All I have is a gigantic mute button. That's my thing.
For me, it brings all the requests to the top. All the requests.
Yeah, requests need to be handled a little bit better. It's fucking terrible, man.
Yeah.
I've seen
that you get. Sorry, you had yourself.
Yeah, I've seen that mute button in action. I think it was the Laura Loomer spaces when she was coming in the conversation. It's basically like the scram button on a nuclear reactor. It's when too many people are talking.
Everybody's talking.
Serene silence.
Yeah, you gotta silence it. Yeah.
That's what it felt like with me.
East half of my CNC.
The whole thing. Oh my god. The whole thing felt like Chernobyl in a sense, but actually hopeful. It's like that's what I even made. Like as a metaphor, I dropped that thing. It's like I'm dealing with Chernobyl here. I'm bringing up a god, and thank God he actually answered. So he's giving me another chance to control this. That's what the space feels like. Like it's entering critical meltdown. I'm lowering the control rods, which is the fucking mute button. But dude, it just is delayed, and it doesn't work properly. In this case, it actually did. And it's like, oh my god, what are we doing? And we have zombie horses now, so the radiation is getting out. So like,
it's 3.5 rotation. It's not too good, not too bad.
I've always wanted to go to Chernobyl. That's like it's interesting. Like the series is really.
Is anybody saying anything right now?
Yeah, we're talking. I don't know if you were talking.
Yes.
Well, fuck me.
I guess is having issues.
Which also means you're hearing because you heard us enough to say fuck me.
Yeah, it said he was having connection issues a minute ago, so I don't know if it's just disconnecting or something.
Last couple of weeks, I know I've only been on a handful of times, not nearly as frequently as I was back in November, December, but I've been having a lot of trouble hearing Alda every time. I can hear him just fine when I'm in the audience as a listener, but as soon as I come up to speaker, it's very, very jank.
It bugs out. Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Fuck Periscope. I don't know if anybody is listening to this who works on Spaces. I know we get priorities and such, but goddamn, man, please get rid of this fucking protocol. It needs to be taken out from X in all of its entirety. It's a worthless piece of shit. Like, I'm not hating on the product, nor am I hating on the person who has to maintain this, or the people who have to maintain this. I'm just stating the obvious fucking fact that this thing is, in fact, a piece of shit. And it's fine, like, it still works. But it's, like, virtually unusable in some ways. If your internet is just a little bit wonky, then the connections are fried, effectively. I have to restart the thing multiple times on my phone. And if it somehow, it doesn't catch properly, I don't know how the protocol works, it doesn't make any sense to me, but, like, somehow, if you don't launch the space properly in the exact perfect sequence, then the space will not attach to a chat, and then you're fucked. Then the space doesn't reach as many listeners as it could, so then nobody can actually comment in the space because there is no comment section, right? You see a little chat bubble there, you click on it, leads you to the post, right? You can actually communicate there, that's really nice. However, if I pre-schedule unrecorded spaces, for instance, it just literally never works. Like, no matter which sequence of events I follow, it just doesn't fucking work. I would schedule my spaces, I would do this, I would do that, but it just doesn't fucking work. I have to clear my cache, restart the phone, restart the app, do everything, so that the space can actually launch properly, so it is literally not dead on arrival. So that's the problem with space. But aside from that, it's an amazing fucking tool. I love it, that's why I'm here every single fucking day, so I get to complain a little bit, just a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, the clearing cache thing does fix a lot of issues. So, Paul, if you clear your media storage in the app, that might actually help when you hear people and stuff having issues.
So I'm running out of browser, so I'm in Firefox on a Windows 11 desktop, so I will definitely clear cache and see how that goes.
Yeah, it does help.
Oh my God,
for anybody that's in the out of the 600-ish people that are in the audience listening, Adrian just gave you a massive business opportunity. I suspect with an LLM and a little bit of global infrastructure knowledge, you could probably build something that would beat the shit out of this in a couple of days, and then find a way to flare it to Elon and get bought out quick.
It's almost like that editing tool. Remember, people don't remember this, but do you guys remember Dingboard?
Yeah, I've used it.
I've never heard of it. Tell me about
I
it.
used it the other day. You can make memes on it.
It's an image editing tool, effectively. It's an image editing tool. Very good. It was created by a guy named Yassine. At least that's what his tag is on here, his handle. Screen name is Yassine MPB, that guy. He created a thing called Dingboard. Actually wanted to sell it to Elon X, basically. And that really didn't work. However, he did get a job at X, so now he has a job at X. He created a thing, has a thing, still has the thing, and has a job now. So that's pretty cool.
Win-win.
And he's crazy,
That is pretty cool.
but in a good way. I like him. He's the guy who, by the way, turned the gun emoji into the actual gun emoji again.
Hey, based. That's based.
It was super
Yeah, he's the guy who did that.
Yeah. Good shit.
Did you guys see the post, the exchange between the guy that created Doge and Elon? I think it was last night or the night before.
Yeah, Billy.
Is he glitching or
Yeah,
mine?
apparently he's gonna get a job at the Doge. Now that's pretty cool. Very appropriate.
I think the post is deleted. He offered him the job, and then he the reply to Elon offering him a job at Doge was, "I'm working on some personal stuff right now. Hit me up again in like 6 months."
I thought he accepted it. Okay, interesting.
I think he might have in the end, but there was a point in time, like, there was a quick post up there, and I think Kettlebell Dan had responded to it. It was like, "Dude, what the fuck? How are you turning Elon down? Like, you're the guy that made Doge."
Yeah, no, you'd be like,
The organization's called Doge, and you're like, "Nah, I'm working on me right now. Maybe in 6 months."
yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of strange. I hope he
It's
does
crazy.
work there eventually. But yeah, we'll see.
I think that might be why I deleted the post. Was he was like, "Wait a minute, this is stupid. Let me go ahead and say yes here."
Yeah, we'll have to consider. But yeah, it's a golden opportunity for sure.
I could see Doge's fingerprints on the OMB announcement today, the fork in the road. Everybody see that?
No, I didn't even see that. That's funny.
Oh man! So there's a website for the Office of Management and Budget, which is part of the Executive Office of the President, and the website says, a fork in the road, and it says, if you, got that email earlier today offering you to, the chance to resign, all you have to do is send, and you would like to resign, right? So Trump has offered everyone in the federal government something called a deferred resignation, which is basically where they'll resign 8 months from now, and they'll get to fuck off and not work, and they'll get paid the entire time and get all their benefits. But like at the end of that, they're done, right? They're out. So, so it's, so the website simply says, if you'd like to resign, just send a message to hr@omb.gov, subject line resign, and hit send. That's it. So just like send us the email. That's all you need to do. We'll handle the rest, and we'll exit you from the federal government pronto. And so you get to. It reminded me of like, let that sink in. The fork in the road.
Let that sink in. Yeah.
Just like it was a nice. I think what most federal employees won't understand about this is that, like, generally speaking, in the private sector, I don't know if anyone's ever been through a round of redundancies before, but what happens is they offer you the chance to leave before you are pushed, right? So it's like, listen, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is you leave, you get a nice big paycheck. In places like England, for example, the paycheck is tax-free, which is really nice. So basically, you get a nice big paycheck, 3 months severance, tax-free. That means it's actually 6 months severance, and go hang out in your garden for a little while, right? And so you can do that if you know you're going to get cut. And like, I wonder if whether federal employees, it feels to me like this is like the precursor, right, to something else, right? That the bigger cuts are coming, and they're giving people the chance to get off. And I don't think it's been made clear enough to them that like this is their shot. Right, like you can do this now, or you can just put up with an unbelievable amount of shit that's coming your way in the next 6 months if you fail to take it. Because federal employees don't get fired, right? They just sit around and do nothing.
Yeah, Severance, yeah. Yeah, that's wild. My favorite thing was the Doge.gov. Did you see they actually, when it first launched, it had the actual Dogecoin logo, and then they changed it. But it also had, if you inspected and like viewed source on the page, there's like an ASCII Doge like in the yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty nice.
Love it. Just like a big comment.
Yeah, a big comment of an ASCII Doge like right before the logo. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You can see it on the Wayback Machine. I checked it out.
I love the current Doge.gov. It just says an official website of the United States government, Department of Government Efficiency. The people voted for major reform. That's
exactly. Yeah.
And the rest
instead of that
like,
logo, they had like the actual Dogecoin there. That was cool. And then they changed
fantastic.
You know what that website is? It's
what Doge.gov?
Doge.gov.
Very efficient.
Oh yeah. Maximum. Much efficient.
You should always be skeptical of a nonprofit that has a website that's really, really super slick and expensive. That's a general rule of thumb. Is like if they've spent a shit ton of money on their website and they're a nonprofit, you should immediately be skeptical.
Yep.
I have to say, on that note, I am yet to find a nonprofit that doesn't have massive amounts of overhead and doesn't have greater than half of their funds going to actual communities that they're supposed to be servicing. Does anybody know of one at all? I've had a few that I've fallen for over time, but most of them I find out eventually end up spending more on headcount than anything else.
Well, so my favorite nonprofit is the Marmot Recovery Foundation, which is this is completely serious. I'm not being facetious. So there's a subspecies of marmot on Vancouver Island in Canada, which is hyper endangered, and there were only like 20 of them left in existence in the wild. And they managed to bring the population back, but the way that they did it, I would imagine there are overhead expenses, and there's some somewhat substantial. But the reason is because what they do is they send teams of volunteers out onto mountainsides on Vancouver Island armed with flare guns to shoot at eagles and bears who might fuck with the marmots, which is like that's like acceptable overhead. It's like, so what do your people do? Well, we send them up onto the mountainsides to live among fat, rotund, like cuddly squirrels, and to defend the squirrels from bears. Like that seems to me like a good use of overhead.
Fuck no, that's a terrible use of overhead. I would do that for free. If I could find out where that is, I would book a plane ticket right now, and I would do that as a vacation.
So you can actually apply. If you look it up, every summer they take volunteers for the marmot keeper position, which is where basically if you are a marmot keeper, you hang out on the mountainside with the marmots, you observe the marmots, and you scare off eagles and bears with a flare gun in Canada.
So where's the overhead? Because I know that I'm not the only one that would be like, yes, I would do that for free. Where's the overhead?
I don't know. I guess they pay people to do it, which is even better. Like there must be so much competition, right? That I suppose the best candidates for being the marmot keepers, like they want to compensate them, like even though they would do it for free, just to like make sure they can get the best talent.
Right, but like if it's that an in-demand thing, and I'm a decent marksman, and I have to imagine that like, what I want to do is I want to go guard some small mammals from some raptors and some other larger mammals with a weapon. I have to imagine you're gonna get people that know how to shoot. It's something
it's a flare gun. So you scare the
people
larger
would pay you for it.
Yeah. You're supposed to scare the larger animals, not kill them. So it's a flare gun, not a regular gun.
Yeah.
All right. So then that
Well, this guy's like, I'm gonna have such good accuracy. We're gonna take everything out with a fucking flare gun. Let's go. That's literally what his brain just did.
I feel like if your weapon is a flare gun, any idiot who likes to light off Roman candles on New Year's Eve and just fire them at friends and Windows accounts.
Or you can be like that guy.
You don't
be
even
like
need to
that
be
guy
accurate.
from the Christmas market in Germany. Who like decided, hey man, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna launch this fucking rocket off into somebody's living room. Yeah, that's what they did, literally. And the aim on that was so fucking perfect. You could tell this guy had fucking practice.
Adrian, speaking of European countries and having just been to Italy over the Christmas season, can you explain Christmas World to me? As an American, my brain just could not comprehend that goddamn thing. Christmas World. Apparently, it's like a European thing where they stand up like theme parks in a couple of weeks, and they're insane.
Never heard of it.
Christmas World? I've never heard that. That doesn't make any sense. No.
So
The Christmas
it's a
market,
seasonal
that makes
thing.
sense. The Christmas World doesn't make sense.
So I had a layover in London, and it was a long layover, so we left the airport and went toward...
Oh, that thing! Yeah. That's a big Christmas market, right? To go there, you get everything.
Yeah.
A lot of shit there. Is that what you... Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, I like that.
It's not a market. It's like a... in the United States, we'd call it a carnival, but this thing is unlike any carnival I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like a Christmas carnival, if you wanted to put it that way. Yeah. It's pretty
Yeah,
nice.
it's got
I
like
like it.
full-size like roller coasters and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep. There's a lot of good shit there, man. They have like a variety of different foods and stuff that are pretty nice. From like all over Europe, you can get something. It's pretty decent. Or at least it used to be like this. Not sure what it is like now. But I've been there in a very long time. I think the last time
I walked
I've
around
been
the outside.
there is fucking almost 15 years ago. So, yeah.
Wow.
I actually feel a little old now. Damn.
I saw the one in London, and then we actually took, we've got kids, so we took our kids to the one in Rome, and it was like this strangest cultural experience I've ever had. It was just downright wild.
Really?
Yeah, like an outdoor skating rink, even though Rome, it was in the mid-40s. Fahrenheit, that is. Like the 10s, I guess, Celsius. But it was supposed to be modeled after Brooklyn. It was pretty damn funny. It was at the Brooklyn Bridge over a skating rink in Rome. And we just come from America as well.
Mommy, do you see this? Yeah, that's where I used to live. I'm making some food right now.
I'm eating steak. Yep.
I was gonna say, how's the steak?
Came along, it's finished. I finished cooking. It's finished now. I'm gonna eat it. We so back.
North.
Never left.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Or the idea is, for me at least, when you want to be back, you want to be so back that the previous back looked like it was over. That's my philosophy. It's a philosophy of just exceeding the norm. Because as a matter of fact, we are always so back. There is an over to every back, but the idea is to have the over be higher than the previous back.
Yep, that makes sense.
The point over. Like for instance, we so back. I got so many fucking engagements. It was a huge thing. And then it reduced by a decent amount. To now. But it's still a lot higher than it was before. So as a matter of fact, you're always so back, but you're going to be so back that the previous back is the new over.
So it's like kind of like one step over, two steps back.
More like 3-4 steps. So it's more like 3 or 4 steps ahead, 1 or 2 steps back.
Make high lows.
Well, no, but back means good in this case. So it's like, so when we say 2 steps back, we actually mean it's 2 steps ahead. Because it's over and back, not forward and back.
Oh, like that. That's what you meant. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a pun. It was like, instead of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, now it's 2 steps, 1 step over, 2 steps back. But it's because the back is good in this case.
It's 2 steps over, because it's so back that one step towards over from back is the actual back.
Got it. Okay.
I feel like this deserves a little bit of Cockney adjustment. We should just call it Timberlake. Backstreet's back. All right.
Wow. Wait, you listen to Justin Timberlake?
Who doesn't listen to Justin Timberlake?
I had that shit
A lot of
burned
people.
into my brain in my youth. I couldn't avoid it. It was impossible. You couldn't go anywhere. Not
Yeah.
a mall,
When I
not
was-
a
Same thing.
dance, not. It was in movies. It was on every single radio station. I could listen to a rock and roll radio station or a rap and hip hop station, and I was still hearing that damn song. Yeah.
I thought
Which
it was
one?
really
Dance
good.
Dance?
The Backstreet Boys thing, or
Yeah, Backstreet Boys.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
everywhere.
I take Dance Dance any day of the week over the top of that.
I like some of his more modern stuff, except for the stuff that's a little weird. Like that one music video kind of was where it finished for me. You know, the one where he's dancing with demons? I was like, you know what, I'm fine. He's reached his peak now.
It's one of those live long enough kind of stories.
Yeah, I think he kind of peaked at like the early 2000s and then hit his all-time low after that in like, 2016, 17, something like that. He was still pretty good. Like, he'd still fill a concert. Dude, when was the last Taylor Swift concert? I want to see how many people go this year.
I have acquaintances that travel the world to take their kids to Taylor Swift concerts, and it makes me want to vomit. Like, I can't understand why.
Last one was in Vancouver.
How old are these people?
They're anywhere between 35 and 45, trending towards the latter, and their kids are anywhere between 8 to 12, and it's horrible. I can't understand why they do it. If you're going to travel internationally, the thing that you're going to do is take your kids to a Taylor Swift concert. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Exactly. And also a message for anyone who does that shit. Stop it. Buy your fucking kid a computer. Buy him the latest computer and make him use Linux. If you can't fucking use Linux, call him a retard and make him use it anyways.
I love it.
Teach him the grip.
Definitely.
Come on.
100%, man. Like, fucking give him something. Have him beat this task so he can sit in a class somewhere and say, oh yeah, I know how to do Linux. How'd you learn that? I kind of told myself because nobody did it for me. Boom.
Yeah, exactly.
Instantly a street kid grow up, bro. Oh, dude. Who's going to be most valuable thing in the world where, like, everything's run by information systems? The guy who understands how the information systems work.
Sure.
I'm going to take that just a step further and say that the person that understands the thing that underpins how the systems work. So I'm on the infrastructure side of the house, but I also code, so I know about the interfacing all the way from literal zeros and ones, whether they're encoded in electrons and electricity or photons, and all the way up through how that data transfers from place A to place B and gets stored on disk and all that into the actual code and applications and the logic and the application of that logic to business. And there's a lot of people who get really excited about the application side, and that's fantastic because that creates new value. But there is a huge gap in the number of people that are like, yeah, you know what's exciting and sexy? The fucking plumbing of that shit. I can tell you right now, if you have kids and you want them to have a job that's going to be insane, teach them how the fucking internet works. Tell them to go chase that. Because that's going to be critical and fundamental, and it's what everything else runs on top of. So it's not sexy, it's not exciting, and just like plumbers are not sexy or exciting jobs today, the fact that there's not very many of them makes it a very lucrative career.
Very true, very true.
That's a clip. That's a clip.
Okay. Got you.
I will say, plumbing is actually quite exciting. Like it can be, just like with engineering. You just have to be a person who's a little bit masochistic to do it though. Because you're gonna have to be dealing with some really annoying motherfuckers. And you have to take everything they say literally to a certain extent. And be sarcastic also, but only if you can afford it. Like, imagine what it must be like for a plumber in fucking New York, bro. Holy shit. They got this weird legislation, the fucking standards, where they have to install lead pans in the fucking shower. Like, have we learned nothing? Like, we're gonna get some regulations and shit. Get rid of that. You don't need a lead pan in the shower. What's wrong with you? But they make them do it anyways. Because it's a good question. Yeah. The plumbers are made to use lead pans. Isn't that fucked up? Yeah, it is. Why you do it? Because it's demanded. Wow. That could be pretty cool. It depends on what kind of plumbing you do, of course. Because sometimes it can get mighty fucking disgusting. Like, at least you don't have the job of a sewer cleaner. That shit's insane. You gotta go down there, literally spray all the shit away and get the fucking cockroaches climbing all over your ass. That shit's insane. My brain is weird. I'm like talking about the most disgusting shit that you can imagine. I'm just like eating the steak and I'm enjoying it so much. It's amazing. Like, I have a total disconnect there. No fucking problem with me whatsoever there. I can eat this beautiful fucking red meat and simultaneously talk about how they once blew up a whale with like a bunch of explosives and that caused like a biohazard. Not really a biohazard, but it was like a hazard to people. Because they blew up a big fucking whale.
It was more an impact hazard than a biohazard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. It's just a people hazard, yeah, an impact hazard. They fucked up a car. Like, imagine explaining this to your insurance. We went to this beach, and there was this gigantic fucking dead whale. And then a bunch of people came from the authorities, put a bunch of explosives in that dead whale. Then they detonated the dead whale, and a very large part of this whale was accelerated by the enormous force of however much explosive material was in there, that it launched up in the air and somehow perfectly landed on my fucking vehicle and completely flattened that bitch. By the way, this actually happened.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's a real thing. What I just told you actually happened to somebody. Their fucking car got flattened by a piece of dead whale blubber.
Imagine them trying to contact their insurance, like...
It's fucking hilarious to listen to, it's hilarious to think about, but fucked up to be in. Because imagine explaining this to your insurance company, especially the modern insurance companies, the most of which don't even have any fucking honor.
That's wild.
Otherwise, all that fire insurance would have vanished. In California. During the rainy time.
They got screwed over. Majorly.
That's fucked up, man. Mega fucked. Delicious. Preston, what do you eat?
So I eat once a day. That's my thing. I eat once a day. So
Nice. Same.
yeah, once a day. And what did I have today? Today I had a sandwich. It was a turkey sandwich. It was pretty dope.
But what the fuck kind of metabolism do you have? Are you trying to lose weight or something? That is insane.
Yeah, basically. That's essentially. that's about the size of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, recently took up going to basically like this summer. Actually, it was last year. So last year, like I put on a bunch of weight. I was working at this law firm. The crypto was in the shitter, so like it was really stressful. Put on a bunch of weight. Started having back problems. and like had to do something about it. Got some shitty blood work, that kind of stuff, and I was like, fuck it, this is stupid. So adopted a new regime, going to the gym, running, eating once a day, all that jazz, and it's been extraordinarily productive. So,
Good to hear.
and critically, I think the most useful thing I did was stop working for a big corporate law firm. that was the best health move I think that I could have made.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Less stress levels for sure. Yeah.
which is stupid. Like it's just like you have this like. I have clients who, before when I was there, I was probably billing them, I don't know, 15, 20 grand a month, and like teams of associates and shit like that. Now, like I work for myself, I bill $2 grand a month, and like it's great because like I'm taking 100% of that home. I don't have any other overheads, because basically the law firm economics, the way that it works, is that you get paid roughly like 15 to 20% of what you originate. Right. So if you have a book of $1 million, like 250 a year would be pretty good comp for you, if that's what you're doing. Whereas if you're working for yourself and you make 250 a year, you take home probably about 230, right? 220. So like that means you can bill your clients less, you can work a shit ton less, and everybody's happier. It's just like a way better deal.
Yeah, this sounds way better.
Preston, I gotta ask you, just knowing that it's still the only thing pinned to the top of this space, did you do your 15 push-ups today?
I did not do my 15 push-ups today. I went to the gym. I got on the treadmill. I ran for 20 minutes, and then my knee started tweaking, and so I decided to call it a day on the bike after about 10 minutes on that. And so usually what I do is 20 minutes on the treadmill, 10 minutes on the bike, 10 minutes on the ergo, and then I lift. So it's either like, legs or arms, right? So today it was 20 minutes on the treadmill, about 6 minutes on the bike. Something was not right with my left leg, and I was like, you know what? Let's just like call it a day, go home, chill out. Like today's not your day. So I was one of those days where I just decided that didn't want to push it, and cut it short.
So you tell me how you feel about this. I was also slacking, and earlier on this space, I said, you know what, I'm going to do my 15 right now. If I put in another set of 15 right this second, would you do 15 with me?
Hey, what happened? Can anyone hear me?
You should. I mean, I'll do 15 if you're going to do another 15. I already did 15, but I'll do another 15.
Alright, Preston, he's basically saying if he's gonna do it, he already did his 15. If he's gonna do another 15, will you do 15 with him? He fucking disconnected.
Why?
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Totally, this connection got fucked, but it's funny though.
I think you would have done.
I'm gonna do another 15 anyway, Preston. Whether we do it or not, I'm gonna do 15 right now.
Yeah, Preston. Did you hear what he said?
Nothing. No, my connection got borked.
Alright. So he said he has already done his 15 push-ups, referencing my challenge. He's gonna do another 15 if you're gonna do 15 with him.
Yeah, I can do that. That's easy.
Alright, everybody on the fucking floor right now. Everybody get up, do whatever, drop whatever you're doing. Everybody on the floor. Let's go, get set, get work up.
I'm getting on the floor.
Okay. Everybody on the floor. Let's go. Let's do some push-ups. 15 in a row, baby. Let's fucking go. Here we go.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Done.
And we're done. That's how easy it is, everybody. Get in on this.
That's
Yep.
good, yeah.
You can also do slow ones for like extra growth. It's very good, very very good.
That's good.
Yeah, that was surprisingly easy.
Proud of you, brother.
15, super easy.
Nice.
30. I did 30.
Oh well, look at you, la di da, doing 30, overachieving.
Pretty good. I was about to do 30 myself, but I have a bunch of food in my stomach. I don't want to overdo it right now.
Lies goes to Globo Gym.
I was about to do 30,000 personally. You know, just
This motherfucker.
Maybe like 30,000 a
I'm assuming everybody's seen Anchorman, right?
yes.
Yes, I love that movie.
I can't get over anytime somebody talks about the number of reps they put in. The whole, did you hear that? I did 100 of those.
Yeah, 99, 100. Yeah, like, yeah.
Completely full of shit, soft body. Yep. Just as more encouragement for anybody that's out there. Prior to the start of this phase, I haven't done a set of 15 push-ups in probably 9 months to a year. So it's accessible. And even if you can't do 15, just start, for real. It's not that bad. And even if you can't do like one full real push-up, do a push-up from your knees. Like, just get going. The key is to start.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
That's how it works.
Yep. I wonder if people in the audience are going to join in. Let's see if there's any comments.
Yeah, man. It's a little stormy over here, so I've got a bunch of shit that's going on. But we're good. We safe food for now. Everything's working its well.
Gina says, I can't even do one. Well, just try to do as many as you can. You know, keep adding.
We gotta get started. You gotta do it. If you don't have it, then what are you gonna do? It's gotta happen.
You said it was Gina?
Yeah, somebody in the comments, yeah. She said, I can't even do one.
So if you can't even do one, try anything that gets you like partway there. So the reason I mentioned like doing it from your knees, instead of being normal push-up, you're on your toes and you have your hands roughly, shoulder width apart, maybe a little bit wider, and you're going down and then up, keeping your kind of midsection rigid. And with that, you're supporting your entire weight on the tips of your toes and on your, chest, back, arms a little bit. If you do it from your knees, you're giving yourself better leverage. So now you've taken the length of distance from your knees all the way down to your toes out of the equation. So now supporting your own weight and pushing up is a little bit easier. And you can even go further than that. If you want to do yoga style, I think in yoga it's called the cobra position, where your hips are still kind of down and you're just pushing up with your arms. I mean, literally just lay down on your stomach and with your face kind of on the floor and just use your arms to push yourself up. Start there if that's how far you need to go. And just work your way from there, and you just go up, down, whatever, until you get to the point where you can do one.
Is that how you do a push-up, fat boy?
All over the place. I wish there was more video on X, but there's certainly a lot on YouTube. Just look up progression, like how to get to one.
Yeah. Just keep doing it every day, even if you can't do it, and then eventually you'll
How about you make a demo video? Ollie, make a demo video.
I'll film it if somebody else edits it. It makes me not look like a fat ass.
It
Makes you not look like a fat ass. Okay, we can't do that. We're not geniuses.
Because I am.
Like, dude, right?
Now I'm going to do it wearing a suit. Somebody link me to a suit. I'm gonna buy a suit, so I can be really gross.
I'm like, yeah, dude, like the fucking like Chinese videos, like this Asian guy who's like cutting up some fucking watermelons or some shit, and he does it in a suit for no reason. But yeah.
Yeah, get Elon Ma to do it.
We gotta do that, and then we gotta cut into the guy that does the really cool neon signs.
I love that guy. He's the best.
Yeah, Elon Ma.
No, the neon sign guy is different.
Oh,
This is a different guy. So Elon was we all know who he is, but the neon sign guy, he'll do like the funniest Donald Trump impression you've ever heard. He's like, these signs, they're amazing, but like of course with a Chinese accent, it's like, we're gonna make America great again. But it's so good. It's so hard to describe how funny this guy is.
Damn, that's
He starts with like a shitty liberal TikTok video, and then it goes into it.
The push-ups are actually a quite simple exercise. They're very nice. I like them. It's easy to get almost anybody started on them also. So it's one of them things, I think.
Like the diamonds or close grip, wide ones.
Diamonds are a pro move. Those things are scary.
Oh really? You don't like diamonds?
I have a hard time with diamonds. I find they engage. I guess the.
Okay, let's do them.
Central.
What are we gonna do with the diamonds?
You gonna do diamonds? Okay.
I actually don't know if I can successfully do a diamond. Let's see how it goes.
It's pretty easy actually, because it's like less range of motion. Nah, you're right. They're fucking difficult, but I can do them. It's pretty easy for me.
All right, so I just did 2. I don't think I can get as low. It takes a lot of. I guess it's not traps. What the hell's the muscle that connects like the backside of your upper back to your neck? I'm getting a whole lot of engagement there.
Those are deltoids?
Yeah, I guess it takes a lot of delts. Delts that I don't have because, like I said, I haven't done a whole lot of push-ups in a year.
Ooh, I did like 15 of them. Ooh, nice.
You got me, King.
It's right there with it's like where your chest is, you know? You have your breasts, they kind of like interact with each other for some reason. Sounds very wrong, but like that's how it looks like. But when I started doing it, I started noticing like these weird the weird muscle shapes that came out of it. It was really strange, but really cool.
So another thing that a lot of people don't realize, and I only know this because I do fits and starts with exercise. So there's a period of time where I had a personal trainer, and when I was doing things like push-ups, she was telling me that I was an idiot and I was doing them completely wrong. Most push-up positions are not about your arms at all. Most push-up positions have a lot to do with chest and back. It's control over your pectoral muscles and your delts and whatever the hell it is in your shoulder blade. I suck at anatomy, so everybody have to excuse me, but your back muscles.
Yeah, like I got a really good looking back. That's something that people have told me. I got a really good looking back, and all I've done is calisthenics. No weight training really time. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, mine was delicious.
Yeah, it's super fucking rainy out there, dude. I want to go out there and fucking run around in the rain. I'll probably do that. If the rain's still up, I'm gonna do that after I finish eating my meat here.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna run around the block shirtless. Let's fucking do it.
That's eating starting to get weird for all the perverts.
Wait, what?
That's So that was eating starting with an E for all those perverts out there who heard it wrong.
Jesus Christ.
It's the American, man. I can't help it.
I started this problem. This isn't my fault.
Did it. Totally your fault. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a straight up degenerate.
I mean, hey, real recognizes real. You told me about the shit that you do. No judgments. No judgments.
Love it. What's the temperature?
I got fine.
You said you're gonna go run around in the rain. What's the temperature where you're at?
No, it's relatively frigid. Not sure what the exact temperature is. I don't measure those things. I only measure like water temperatures in case of storms and things like that. But at the moment, that's kind of past. So you're just having like an entire array of like mini storms. I have to like check the map and see if there's something that goes wrong. Like there's a major weather system. It's like most models are freely available. And the U.S. government is amazing. They have like this thing called NOAA. They got like these different weather models and shit. You can use them. They're incredible.
Yeah. If anybody else is into, I do this a little bit. I'm not great at it, but I've done it a couple of times. If you're into software-defined radio SDR, you can actually receive the signals that U.S. government weather satellites send back to Earth, and you can see satellite imagery of weather formations for free, and not
Is this legal?
filtered. Yeah, it's absolutely legal, for sure.
Oh wow, I want to see that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, so like all the satellites that are orbiting planet Earth that are sending back weather data, they're sending it back on frequencies and encoded in such a way that if you've got a software-defined radio, you can there's guides all over the internet for this that'll tell you how to receive those signals and build antennas that are tuned to receive those signals. And there's software that's out there that you literally just you don't need to write code. You can just download and install this stuff and get those images so you can see weather patterns from space that haven't been run through government agencies, haven't been run through news station filters or anything like that. You're getting raw data.
That's crazy. I sure hope that what you said is wholly legal, because if it's not, we're fucked.
No, it is. It's a broadcast.
If it's over the airwaves and you can pick it up and you can decrypt it, it's legal.
Huh.
It's not like
all right.
It's not like intercepting like a police radio signal that's encrypted and decrypting it illicitly.
You could even do that. I mean, what you can't it's not the same thing as interfering with the computer system, right? Like if someone is broadcasting and they're emitting signals on the electromagnetic spectrum and you have an antenna, you pick it up and you can, for whatever reason, see what they're saying, even if it's trunked radio for the police. I don't know how you're going to decrypt it, but if you have the means to decrypt it, you can do it. They're putting it out there for you to read.
So basically, if you were to say use the internet, it's it would. So for the police, if they didn't want people to catch on to what they're doing, say for instance, so you listen to those scanners, then if they communicated over the internet, it's actually better for them.
Well, I think what they generally do if they don't want people to listen to them is they just go onto encrypted radio. Which suck. So, and that's hard to, they're allowed to do it and we're not. So you can't use encrypted radio, but the cops can. That prevents public disclosure, which is really annoying.
Wow.
But there's nothing encrypted at all about the weather satellite signals back to Earth. They are wide open.
Cool. So it's basically public defense. So if I happen to pick it up, I just happen to pick it up.
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, even if you're not happening to pick it up, even if you're intentionally picking it up, it's totally legal. Same thing holds true for you can do this with air traffic signals as well. So if you want to put an antenna outside of your house and you want to listen to all the airplanes talking to air traffic control, whether it's a local airport or even like national air traffic control. And this is all U.S. anyway. Anybody that's international may or may not be true in your country. So, do your own research. And I'm not a lawyer.
One thing that is
lawyer. This is not
illegal
legal
to
advice,
do is
but you can.
the one thing that's definitely illegal to do is to broadcast, like yourself to broadcast, unless you have a license to do so. No.
Correct. Yeah. So if you
Like a ham radio license. Like if you wanted to deal with something, even I think signal jammers, it applies to signal jammers also. Like even if you were to say be a super paranoid schizophrenic and you wanted to like signal jam inside of your house, I think it technically falls under, you needing basically a ham radio license. Is that correct?
If you use it, so
Various nation by nation.
If you use a signal jammer, you're going to jail. It doesn't, even if you have a ham radio license. So there are 3 tiers of ham radio license. There's the technician, which is the first one you get. The next one is general, and the next one is called extra. And basically, with the various tiers of permissions that you get. So when you get your license, you get a call sign in addition to that. So mine's Kilo Charlie 1 Hotel Quebec X-ray. And then what happens is you escalate through the tiers, you get additional privileges on various bandwidths. So you can use certain things for data, you can use things for voice, whatever else. So, and if you transmit on those frequencies, like without having the license, there are ham radio people are like obsessive about policing the airwaves. So if you buy, some little, I don't know, some Yaesu or some Baofeng handheld, and you start fucking with people on the repeaters, like they will find you. Like they will find out where you live by doing like direction searching whenever you're broadcasting or transmitting, and they will hunt you down, and then the FCC will show up to your house. Like they're rabid about that sort of stuff. But yeah, basically you need a license to do that. GMRS, you need a license. You don't need a license for Citizens Band. You don't need a license for like boat UHF radio or VHF radio, like the boat, nautical frequencies and things like that. But for most of the hand frequencies, you need a license.
So even if I were to say have a system set up like press frequencies inside of my own building, I'm not allowed to do that, even if it doesn't leak outside.
Yeah, I don't think you could. I mean, if you're broadcasting on like 0.2 watts, like in practice, who the fuck is going to pick it up? But like, it's not. If someone does, right, then technically you're not supposed to be on that spectrum.
So I know this more from the data 802.11 kind of RF space, but I also have friends that are hams. I helped one of my friends dig an 8-foot deep hole that was like 3 foot in diameter to put in a concrete base for a 100-foot retractable tower, and he's got a ham license. Dude loves radio. And back in the day, used to play like CB tag running around to tri-state area. Preston, we got to connect IRL, man, because
we follow each other. So like, let's chat by DM tomorrow or something.
Definitely.
Where are you based? I'm in Southern Connecticut.
I'm in Southern New Jersey, so I could probably hit you if I keyed up hard enough.
Well, like we could definitely do that. Yeah, for sure.
So what I'll say to everybody else though is an easy way to see this that's maybe more relatable to somebody that doesn't understand ham, doesn't understand CB is just the 2.4 gig spectrum and the 5 gig spectrum as it relates to things like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and microwaves. Microwaves are legal, even though they put a ton of energy into the air. And Adrian, this might maybe more directly address your question. You think about how much energy a microwave is putting into air in a small confined space. It's lots and lots and lots of watts. But it's completely legal because those things have been tested, and it's kind of like a little Faraday cage. Like that energy is not escaping that little confined box. It's being put into your food, but it's not being broadcast out through an antenna into the space surrounding your house. And the same thing is true for, wireless communications, like from your laptop or your cell phone to an access point at a building, or even like on a campus facility. And at least in the U.S., the FCC governs what bands you're allowed to use indoors and outdoors, and also the maximum combined power you're allowed to output, which is a combination not only of the radio you're using and how much energy it actually applies, but also the antenna it's connected to and the amplification of that antenna. So you can do a lot of wild shit and technically be illegal, but to Preston's point, if you're disrupting others in the RF space, you're going to get fucking found, and the FCC is going to bring a hammer.
Well, I think the other thing, though, the thing that makes it really fun, right, when you have a radio, is talking to someone who's on the other side of the fucking planet, right? Because it's point-to-point communication, and it's point-to-point. Not you don't have a direct. Obviously, you don't have a direct line of sight. So the only way you can do it is by bouncing the radio waves off various layers of air in the atmosphere, right? And then having the light bend through the atmosphere over the horizon and get to someone. Yeah, you basically you got to. It's not like a skip. It's just like you got to bounce it off a layer of air, right, in the atmosphere at the right time of day in order to get there, because it's not going to go through the earth. Like nothing's getting through that. Unless it's neutrinos, and can't detect those with a radio. But so it's really cool. And like in order to get those privileges, you have to go through this licensing process, which is like it's part of it is like learning how this stuff actually works. I'm an attorney, right? Like I didn't know shit about how a radio worked.
I'm an attorney.
From my professional training. And it's kind of cool. Like then sometimes you just chill, you just listen, you can hear people having conversations, all up and down. If you just like plug in, set up your antenna one night and turn on your radio and chill at home, you can hear people all up and down the East Coast just like chatting away at night, like having conversations point to point. It's just really interesting to think that like those guys are just chatting with each other at the speed of light with equipment, setting up in their yard and hooked up to a battery, right, or plugged in to a power source without any internet or anything in between or any infrastructure. So, I love it for that reason. It's just a really interesting. It's a whole universe that you're just not aware of. I think it's a little less busy than it used to be, but it's so cool because people are just out there talking. The other thing that's cool about it is that in emergency situations, all of these guys who are hams wind up getting drafted into service as like emergency radio relays sometimes to get information if communications have been like completely wiped out by some type of natural disaster. So during Katrina, you had guys relaying messages back and forth between people who were stranded on the ground, right, and only had shortwave radio or short range radio solutions, and people who were farther away in places like DC. So someone who was nearby could relay that message, and then it could go, get relayed to DC officials, and then a message could get relayed back. So they were acting as kind of, if you imagine like a bucket brigade, for trying to put out a fire, they're just passing the message one person to the next person to the next person. So there's this cool like little civil defense like thing that very rarely is used. But it's interesting, and it's cool that capability exists. In the event that you need it. So I highly recommend that anybody who's interested in this just go and get a ham license and go, hang out with some local hams.
So I have a question, and then I have a fun story connected to what you're saying. One is related to hey, let's go live in Vermont and live off of canned food for a little while shit hits the fan. Are you participating, and again, this is me sharing from pure ignorance here, but my friend who is the ham guy and knows the stuff really well, maybe like 2-3 years ago, he's really excited about some ham protocol that was basically like IP over ham, and it was for that use case. He's a bit of a prepper. He's like storing tons of ammo and weapons and whatnot and food, and he's like, yeah, you know what? You should totally, erect a giant tower in your backyard and do this, because then we could talk to one another over IP and have a network in case, everything goes wrong. Are you active in participating in that? Do you know what that's called?
No, I mean, I don't use my radio as nearly as much as I should. But there are data protocols that you can use, and yeah, you could, if you wanted to, set up a giant antenna in your backyard and go, do text messages over one of the, if you've got the privileges, you could go send text messages back and forth with one of your buddies over, a data protocol or something like that. Like that's certainly doable. I think like from a prepper perspective, it's a very limited utility because ultimately, like if you're using that bandwidth and like from a big fixed, if you're sitting there transmitting from a fixed location, and you're doing it like a couple 100 watts or something ridiculous, and you're very visible when you're doing that, and so you're kind of advertising to everybody that you're there. So I don't think that that's a particularly viable strategy. And the other thing is you can get jammed like really, really easily as long as someone has more wattage than you do. So it's like it's interesting. I don't think it's interesting. It's cool to be able to listen to what's going on, but like the idea that just because you have a radio suddenly means that like you're going to be able to communicate in all scenarios at all times, and it's like a super secure way to do so is just not correct.
It's actually really interesting because my friend doesn't always think things all the way through, vis-a-vis digging a giant hole in his backyard.
Yeah, I mean, if you're broadcasting, if you're transmitting on a radio, like you are advertising to the entire world, here I am, this is my precise location or direction from you, and this is what I'm talking about. Because generally speaking, you're not allowed to, even though the police can encrypt and the military can encrypt, you can't encrypt your communications because that's not allowed. So it's I mean, I suppose you could encode them as long as there is a weird rule where as long as the protocol is published, you can send messages which are coded and it's not immediately obvious like what it is, as long as you publish the key, right, to how it works. But generally speaking, people who are hams and using radio and for hobbyist purposes transmit in the clear.
Got it. So yeah, I guess that's the difference between encoding and encrypting. So encoding, you're putting data out, you're just doing it in an efficient way and bits where things make sense, but it's not obfuscated, and anyone who knows exactly how it's done can do it. Encryption is meant to keep other people out and has private keys. In, I guess, at least most situations, and is meant to provide that security. All right, so that was my question, was whether or not you're participating in that. So now I'll give you my story. And, Blythe and Adrian, by all means, tell me to shut up if this is a topic you don't want to carry on with. But going back to, funny enough, phone system work, there's a point in time where I was working for, as a consultant anyway, I was on a job helping a couple of government agencies in the state of New Jersey, won't name which, but deploy a phone system probably about 10 years ago. And it was when the Super Bowl was happening in MetLife Stadium, just outside of New York City. And because I was there doing the phone system, and because they were using Motorola radio, funny enough, super encrypted, and was covering the entire state, I was operating out of their emergency command headquarters, which probably publicly searchable, but I'm not going to say where it is just for good measure. But the phone system I was deploying was Cisco systems, and I know a lot about Cisco and how they operate in the background. And one of the things that they do as just a value add that they don't charge for, and this is almost like a PR thing for them, is they run around planet Earth with this thing called the Network Emergency Response Vehicle. And it does a handful of things. One, it's basically like a big truck, I think like fire truck, in the back of it, instead of being a tank full of water and some pumps, it is a whole bunch of network equipment and, space for operators to sit that can build out a network in an emergency and can operate comms, and it's got satellite links, and this is why it's relevant here, has the ability to tie into all of these radio systems and bridge the radio systems with all these other IP comms systems as well over a network. And
that's so cool.
Yeah, it was at the time, it was, not so far removed from 9/11 that there was concern that, okay, the Super Bowl is being played in MetLife Stadium just outside of New York City, in the Meadowlands. it's possible that we see an attack here and there is a major incident and we need to be prepared and ready to go. And, the governor, it was Christie at the time, was operating out of this location. Like, if, things go bad, we need to have a way to, actually
airdrop cheeseburgers.
Immediate. Yeah. Got to get Christie's cheeseburgers for sure. So, I thought it was really cool. And this same group, I've met them at a handful of occasions in Vegas and Barcelona, because they tour around with the company whenever they do conventions. And they've actually helped, Preston, back to your original commentary, in a lot of different disaster scenarios. I think Katrina was actually one of them.
Yeah, Katrina was when Hab guys, like, really... it's
exactly.
like they're always preparing for it and training for it, and the joke is that, like, it's just a bunch of old guys hanging out at, like, an emergency operations center that's tacked onto a municipal fire station, just, like, meeting once a week to hang out. But, like, when you need them, like, in that one instance where, like, you really, really, really needed them, they pulled through, and that was Katrina.
Bingo. All right, how many people dropped off the space because they don't care for RF?
It's interesting, There's also talk about being able to transmit Bitcoin transactions over such radio as well. So I think that's kind of interesting kind of type style.
So that people have done that, and it's interesting because you're not supposed to use the airwaves to engage in commercial transactions. So you're allowed to do things for scientific research or experimentation purposes. So if it's like an academic exercise where you want to transmit Bitcoin, right? Or so what you'd have to do is you'd have to have a node that's hooked up to a radio that can receive a data transmission, and that data transmission would have to be a properly formatted Bitcoin transaction with the signature of the sender. And as long as you can get out to the internet, so you've got to hit a radio on the other side that gets out to the internet, and you can propagate the transaction, you could send Bitcoin via the radio. I don't think it's like a viable thing I don't think it's necessarily the most viable thing in the world in terms of like commercial stuff to do it over the ham airwaves. There's another startup called Helium, which they use a part of the spectrum called LoRaWAN, which is apparently aimed at like IoT and device control for farming and shit like that. And so what they do is they have people hook up LoRaWAN transmitters to Wi-Fi hubs and in their houses, right? And then what they do, and the LoRaWAN like has a 5-mile range or something like that. And so they're setting up this weird internet-connected like IoT network via these transmitters, which are hooked up to the internet in people's homes, essentially. And by hooking in the transmitter, and particularly if people use it, that's how you mine the cryptocurrency token, which is associated with the project. So it's kind of a cool like way that people have tried to link up decentralized infrastructure with an incentive mechanism for providing it with this kind of funny way that you can go talk to machines over the internet in a mesh network without necessarily having to have a direct connection to them. It's interesting stuff.
So, Preston, I definitely need to connect you with my buddy. He has a couple of those notes, and he's got a bunch of those coins mined from those things. And he's got massive ROI on them. And I told him, like, dude, no, that's stupid. You're never going to make money on that. Like, that's a big outlay for something that's not going to make money. Son of a bitch, he's made money. Yeah, those helium miners were so insanely profitable back in 2021 that, like, they cost thousands of dollars, and there were months-long waits to get them and things like that. So because they were made by only a handful of people, and the network was insanely profitable. I don't know if it still is. I haven't looked at the project in like at least 2 years, maybe 3. But LoRaWAN's way outside of just farming too, though. Like LoRaWAN is used in a lot of IoT applications. So it's used for things like when you've got, if you've ever been in like an airport parking garage where they've got lights over top of the stalls and they've got the counters that are telling you how many spots are open before you pull in, like that's LoRaWAN. If you've ever seen like weird boxes mounted on telephone poles and you're like, what the hell is that? Why are there antennas sticking out of it? That's LoRaWAN reporting back on like how many cars have gone through the intersection. There's a million different applications. I don't want to go too far in what I'm about to say here, but I'll just summarize as I know a lot about a lot of U.S. national infrastructure around goods transportation, I'll say, and energy generation, and there's a ton of LoRaWAN that's involved in that as well. So it's not like a consumer; it's everywhere, and they're not connecting to minor nodes, but it's out there.
Yeah, that's awesome. I haven't looked into LoRaWAN that much or how it's used, but now I will. It's annoying when this happens, when you're like, shit, like I've known about this and I know it's LoRaWAN and I assumed it was for like farm equipment, and then it's like, oh shit, I've had this gap in my knowledge for like 4 years and I just like never bothered to fill it in because I didn't even know it was there. So thanks a lot, Paul. That's really
manufacturing and control systems to a certain extent. I think a lot of those are still hardwired because factories aren't being refreshed all that often, and cabled things are cabled and they work, but it's happening there too. SCADA also. Adrian, I think we're treading into your space. Are you seeing this kind of tech in the environments that you're in?
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Are you seeing LoRaWAN in like manufacturing and production spaces?
Actually, what's the context of this? I had some stuff that I had to deal with here.
IoT, RF protocols.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
Oh! Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a cryptocurrency protocol called Helium, which basically
I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah, LoRaWAN transmitters to someone's home internet connection, and so they basically set up a LoRaWAN global mesh network that was incentivized by crypto, and that just led us into a general discussion about LoRaWAN.
Yeah, that would be nice. As far as manufacturing, not sure how it exactly would blend in there unless you were to talk about the mesh nets in general. Like, you do still have, there needs to be a type of Internet of Things to a certain extent. It's the only time that becomes problematic is when the internet is not one that you control. That's when Internet of Things becomes a problem. So I think from that perspective, it's just a hive, right? I use it myself to a certain extent. I have my own mesh network for stuff. Nice. It's like it has, it's very isolated. There's nothing to it. I think even when it comes to factories in general, they use them. I think somehow, like if you did anything that has computer integration and you like are shipping a product, and even electric cars, I'd imagine that electric car, that anyone like manufactures them, has to have like some sort of mesh network in their factory. It needs to like make sure that mesh network is not all fucking connected to the internet, because that's going to be a problem. Like, say for instance, if you have to like do any software changes, and then you have to like do something with the cars, there would be like a way to do that. You probably don't want to go physically to each fucking car that you have like sitting in a lot somewhere. So you just basically transmit it directly, and you need a mesh network for that. That is isolated to the factory specifically. I think that would do well, because if you try to do it via the internet and have the internet fuck with you, no, we don't do that. That's not a good idea. So have that be completely isolated if you're planning on doing that. Yeah. There's no security threat if the security is like, something you can't even access. Have to be completely just walled off. There's no way to get in.
I've become a big believer after seeing like a gazillion cybersecurity incidents with various entities over the years. That like I assume everybody on the panel here has seen the Battlestar Galactica miniseries, and I love the beginning, the first episode, where they're like, they were so afraid.
Shut up! You're a Cylon.
Right, but they're like, remember at the beginning, Aaron Dorrell, the reporter, he's like, they were so afraid of the Cylons. Every system on this ship is wired. They were so afraid of them that they literally looked backwards in time for protection. And like, you wonder kind of like when, like that makes total sense that if you're running an industrial enterprise, you want to make sure that your mesh network on your production floor is air gapped. But like, it makes you wonder like how much longer it's going to make sense for people to be wired up until, like, I don't know, adversarial capabilities with AI and things just get so good that you just have to disconnect and unplug. It's something I sometimes do on.
Even that's not enough. So security is largely theater. I want to say it was Stuxnet was the name of it, but I mean, if you look at how the U.S. basically hacked Iran's centrifuges many years ago, they were air gapped, and it didn't matter. The true fact of the matter is a determined attacker is getting into your technology, whether you want them to or not. Yeah. Technology and human beings, as a function of that, are implicitly vulnerable. There's no getting away from it.
Annoying, but it is what it is.
I get at least one a month. I get breach notification letters sent to my house, like, "Hey, we lost your data. Hey, we lost your data. Hey, we lost your data." I'm numb to it at this point. You know, the whole concept of high society is kind of fucked. Yeah, it's crazy. Even companies that I had absolutely nothing to do with. Like, I've never once engaged with Change Health, but sure as shit, Change Health leaked my shit.
Crazy. All right, Paul, I'm going to give you a co-host real quick, and I'm going to teach you to bring Blythe up.
All right, let's do it.
I've given you co-hosts before, just for funsies, so you kind of know how the mechanics work. Once you're in, you'll have like access to requests. Only let Blythe up.
Understood. So I gotta click this join as co-host.
Yep.
Right, I accept co-host invite.
Uh-huh.
Very good. All right, so I see requested 7.
All right, click on that.
I see Blythe. I click approve on Blythe.
There you go.
All
Perfect.
right, Blythe, are you up here?
There you go.
There you go. There he is.
Thank you. Yeah, I got this.
You know what's so funny is I can hear you, but I still don't see you up here as speaker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes a while. It takes a while to submit.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I do have a mute. I have a mute space button too. I guess that functions like.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you just click it and everybody goes silent, or at least there's a delay to it as well, so you can mute everybody.
Got it.
Very, very useful.
I guess because I'm not the host, I can't promote Blythe to co-host myself. You have to do that, right?
That's me. Yeah.
Got it.
You can add people up, and you can drop people also, and you can pin and remove stuff from the. You can remove other people's shit from there as well. From the notification bar up there.
There's an X up there now.
Yep. So if you were to click that, it would go away.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to delete your post. Because I want everybody to do their push-ups.
Yeah.
Just the pin. Yeah.
Yeah. And I see the edit button for the title. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Do that also. I see the request ticking up, guys. I'm not inviting anybody else up here. Meta's back. Do you guys want to bring Meta back up?
Yeah, well, let's bring him
up. Oh yeah, 100%. Bring him up.
Blythe beat me to it. He just disappeared.
Itchy trigger finger, sorry.
Yeah, it's been doing that for a while now. I probably have like onboarded more people into like Spaces and how it works than most people who use Spaces. It's fucking funny as shit. It got to the point where basically we had to tell Elon how to pin a post in his space. That was funny as shit. He like came to the conversation once, and actually he came a bunch of times. Like he came there, and then he was like, "How do I pin stuff in the how do I pin stuff?" And we had to like taught him how to pin stuff in the space.
That's funny. Yeah.
It's like it's so fucking hilarious. It's
trashing
great.
The platform.
I know, right? It's like spaghetti code. He said something else. It's like worse than spaghetti code. I was like, bro, this guy just roasted his own app. This is amazing.
That's one of the things I really love about Elon is he doesn't really filter it out, and he calls it exactly like it sees it. And he's like, yeah, just because I own it doesn't mean it's not shit.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they're constantly working on fixes and shit. Especially on the algorithm, where he like complained about it, says I need to talk to the manager. Like, bro, what the fuck? This is funny as fuck. Yeah, that's pretty good. Meta, what's up, dude?
Hey, I'm back. Just figured
Go back, huh?
Yeah.
You guys were talking about helium. I always thought that was an interesting project. I don't know much about how it was going to work. If anybody knows the mechanics, I'd be curious to learn more.
I haven't looked at it.
I actually knew one of the people who initially started the helium thing, but they're probably busy now. But yeah.
Another time, that'd be cool.
I'll flip over to Discord real quick and see if I can get my friend. He's not big on X, but I'll see if I can get him to come over here and join the space. I don't even know if he's awake right now, but I'll see if I can grab him because he's deep
Okay.
into it.
In general,
Oh, really?
there's a lot of really creative ideas that are good ideas in and of themselves, and I'm curious if they're using like crypto as a launching pad because it's an easy way to raise money, or if they find the decentralized nature of blockchain is advantageous. And yeah, just generally want to learn more about those kinds of projects. Not meme coins, but actual projects.
So the problem with those kinds of projects is that the U.S. regulatory environment has basically incentivized meme coins and disincentivized a project that says they're actually going to build something useful. Because if you build anything useful, the SEC turns around and goes, "Oh, gee, it sounds like it's an investment of money in a common enterprise with an expectation of profit, which means it's regulated as a security. So fuck you, we're gonna destroy your business." And so they did that to like Library, which was this social media website, and they had their own protocol token. They ran a website called Odyssey, which was a video sharing website. And like that was a profoundly useful piece of tooling because it was like a content addressable like pointers on a blockchain and incentivizing people to maintain those and allowing people to tip people, to their video on the basis of like the content that they posted in the chain. So, or posted online, which is content addressable on the chain. And so it was a really interesting early attempt at doing things that now X does as a matter of course, where you have revenue sharing for creators, right? So that didn't exist back in 2017, 2016. So they were doing this, and the SEC's Boston office, some enterprising enforcement attorney out of the Boston office, decided, oh, look, here's one startup that's in New Hampshire, and that's the only crypto startup in my catchment area. So I'm going to bring a federal fucking lawsuit against them, and it's going to cost them $3 million to defend against it, and we're going to bankrupt the company. So, like, if you did that in the United States, if you built anything even remotely useful in the last couple of years, you were rolling the dice on an SEC lawsuit. And incidentally, one of the last things that Gensler and SEC did before the God Emperor took power was they brought a lawsuit against Helium. Right? Or they filed a Wells notice. It was either a Wells notice or a lawsuit. So intending to sue, or that they actually sued. So like they're going after these projects because if you do anything useful with your token, they would turn around and say, well, you know what? That's problematic for us because people might buy the token because you're doing something useful and it might become more valuable later on in time. Hopefully that changes now that Trump's in power. And of course, David Sachs is heading up the AI and crypto division, right, that they're running, which is going to be great. But like that was the problem, right? Literally, you couldn't do anything interesting in the U.S. And that hopefully that now ends, right? And we'll see all of that innovation coming back home. Suffice it to say, my phone has been ringing off the hook nonstop for like clients, friends, others who are just so excited that like this is all going to end. People were going through. If you wanted to do a crypto token and you were based in the US, you would basically have to set up a Cayman foundation to issue the token. If you were going to receive the tokens from the Cayman Foundation, it could only be through a labs corporation that wasn't going to sell any of the tokens, that would be incorporated in somewhere like Delaware. If you were selling the tokens to investors, you could only sell it to offshore investors and offshore funds. For most of these US funds have offshore vehicles that were doing it. And then, right, after doing all of that, you would only be able to get your token listed on offshore exchanges or the offshore shops of US exchanges. And if you were going to get listed on a US exchange, you were rolling the dice, right? Because you were like, shit, we're going to be on a US exchange now. What's the likelihood that the SEC is going to name us in some stupid ass lawsuit? Or, that we're going to, or that we'll get named in a lawsuit against the exchange, and then they'll accuse us of being a security, and then we won't be able to get banking business and that kind of stuff. So like that's the shit that's been going on behind the scenes nonstop for 10 years, 12 years, but to a much more considerable extent in the last 4 years. Is that just like everybody's twisted themselves?
Yakov, this is the man. This is the
Great one. How are you, buddy?
The earth is well.
So, Christian, do you know who this is?
Yes.
He is somebody that in Clubhouse Streets and Running is not held in high regard.
Not held in high regard on Clown House. That's a fucking badge of honor and a compliment.
I'm going to make you mine there, my man.
I don't know how long I'm going to stay. I'm listening to the Elon Musk podcast right now.
So this is my...
Arguably, those laws.
Earth, this is my proposal.
What?
Christian was asking what I thought about Trump's ban on trans in the military. I think the military should be only trans. That's it. It's not only fans. The military becomes only trans.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can't stop a Marine from putting a wig and a dress on and singing a song on Christmas. You know, like, what are they going to do during the next war when some Marine puts on a dress and a wig and sings a song? Are they going to shoot him? So Christian, I know you're a young man. I would just encourage you to delete the app as soon as possible. Go to the gym, get a book, maybe just read a book on YouTube and just limit your internet activities to that because, I know you hold Uncle Steve and all the nieces and all the nephews in high regard, but let's just say that there's a lot of broken men on this app on disability and they're not to be admired. You should go to college, get straight A's, date the high school cheerleader, and have a family. And, God bless you, but this app is, an unhealthy, toxic cesspool of unmotivated, unfulfilled desires. Run for your life.
Well, I've heard that millions and millions of times, but as
Run for your life.
say the least,
It's pretty high in the next 5 years. If that's the case, does it make sense to require companies to file a registration statement? I think probably not. Because at that point, you've got an advisor that can collate all of that information, and you have equality of arms with a hedge fund manager or with a professional investor or somebody else because you've got different tools. So their laws do eventually expire, right, in terms of their usefulness. Their shelf life is dependent on a lot of factors, some of them political, some of them cultural, some of them technological. And I think what crypto's been doing is been kind of we're at the end of one regime and we're at the beginning of another one. And crypto's this radically transparent technology where if you wanted to examine a token, you just want to do diligence on it for whatever reason, you can find out very simply, very quickly, what the token distribution is. You can find out what the history of the token was, how it was sold, who holds what, which entities hold what, whether there's a foundation, how much the foundation holds, whether there's some other type of treasury, whether they've locked up a bunch of things in the DAO. Oh, there's a bunch of tokens in the DAO. Let's go look at the DAO contract. Let's look at the smart contract. Are there super user permissions? Can they modify this contract at will? All of that stuff is machine readable, right? And so there's no reason why you couldn't take any AI, right, and just feed all of it.
I don't know who that is.
Who Abraham? That's Lou. He's an AI schizophrenic psychic.
Everybody knows
He's an AI schizophrenic psychic.
Everybody knows it's degenerate stuff, right? And it's really, really super high risk. I don't think there's anybody who thinks it's safe. Or maybe there are. I don't know. They do refer to Bitcoin as a blue.
So I'm listening to Elon Musk right now talk to his lawyer on his X space at Adrian Dittman. It's interesting. I'm surprised, Lou, you're not listening. But again, I know you don't think Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman because you have the attention span of a gnat.
the SEC decides that they want to, wreck your life, they turn around, they bring an enforcement action, and you settle it by filing an S1, registering the token. The token can only be, custodied by, or traded, with the assistance of a transfer agent and a broker dealer, and it all has to be by book entry, and no one can.
Also, Christian, you do know the secret name of Uncle Steve's creations, correct?
I do not.
All of his shows are secretly called How Angry Can I Make My Uncle Steve?
Deja's there. And the government says, accredited investors and the qualified investors are a stupid thing. We're going to delete it. This notion that you have to have 2,000 investors.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but, like, you do know that, like, he drinks whiskey, smokes cigarettes, and, his teeth are rotted out of his face. You know that, right?
Well, I mean...
Theoretically, I would argue, if you have more than 2,000 token holders.
You never heard him open up that Zippo and get that drag?
No,
if you have 2,000, you have to register. So, if you're in a particular
smoke pot and drink alcohol on the show.
So if you have more than 2,000.
Well, like I said, run for the hills. Run for the hills. Go to the library, and spend an hour there for every 1 second of Uncle Steve. That's my advice.
I think it's...
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Correct. I meant it more of, like, if you have 2,000 people, you have to go public.
Hey, guys. Hi.
Hi, Patsy.
Is this Edmund?
Is this that ugly little satanic-looking baby with the devil teeth who's a rabid racist?
The funding of something? Yeah. This is kind of like what...
You described me to a T.
Did you lose weight or something?
I did.
Oh, so you want a compliment. Well, how did you lose the weight?
Dieting and exercise.
Starting.
Oh my God.
Calories in, calories out, man.
Yeah, shit in, shit out. What you eat and what you do in the gym. Christian, are you eating right and going to the gym?
Well, considering that...
If you ever listen to the Crypto Town Hall, you'll see a guy named Alex Miller who sometimes talks. And he's the CEO of Hero Systems, HIRO. And Hero Systems.
You don't like cheese pizza and butter steak?
I do not.
So what do you eat?
Oh, it's very limited, to be honest.
How do you not eat steak?
He's got an autism spectrum disorder, bro. This guy doesn't live to eat. He eats to live. Come on, Patsy. You were fat once.
That's true. That's true.
The official designation was. And then at some point they were just like, okay, whatever. Like, we're done. We're done doing that now because we're now the security and we're decentralized.
To answer part of the question at least, yes, I do go to the gym.
Strong conversations with the regulator, but eventually the regulator fucked off, and now they've got...
And I lift weights and do cardio, and for the most part, I am not obese. So...
For the most part?
Well, I got very broad shoulders, so
on Start
I
Engine,
seem
but
like
it wasn't
I'm
quite,
bigger than I am,
didn't quite work out that way.
if that makes sense.
Got it. Well, I don't think Uncle Steve has touched a piece of metal in a gym in maybe, 10 years. So at least you got that going for you. Oh, is that double agent?
You're tough on Uncle Steve tonight.
Agent Malone is here. My Agent Malone has been... Oh, good. He ran away. Don't even need to continue talking about him now.
I like Agent. Why'd you make him run away?
I didn't. He just outs me all the time. He says, "That's Edmund. Kick him."
Dice, and just go, list it on Coinbase or Kraken. But what you're going to do instead is you're going to play it super duper safe.
Edmund, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I've noticed that the characters of the Randall McDickerson extended universe are without a home. I see you guys in like random rooms now.
Yeah, it's true. Casts, they break apart.
Randall was like your Thorin Oakenshield, right?
Randy McDickerson?
Yeah, he was their Thorin Oakenshield, leading them to the promised land.
I mean, maybe because he was a successful troll. because you never really knew what he was talking
But
about.
what happened? Was it like a falling out? Was it a civil war?
No,
I'm
I think
curious.
people's accounts get, suspended. They can't get back into the account or whatever, and then they have to create a new burner account, and then the whole thing just starts over again. I think people give up on, and plus, just finding the people that you were friends with, like, if you're not, you see what I'm saying? How like when the account gets deleted, it begins to break and degrade the whole network. All the nodes start going down.
Restricted legend, all kinds of other shit that transfer agents usually do. Like, you should be able to do that, but our laws.
You know, Earth, I was expecting something more insulting. Thank you for disappointing me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Randy McDickerson, he always had this like conservative troll about like being cucks and how Republicans are bitches and you guys don't get it and this and that, and it was like, in hindsight, the fact that anybody ever listened to Randy McDickerson for so long is a fucking miracle. And the whole Bitcoin thing about going on, see, the most toxic room on this app, I don't know, it's not the most toxic.
Bleaching.
Well, I heard that the other day for quite a bit from Yael. She seemed to, anyways, we have a young man in the room. The point,
That's her realm of expertise.
yeah. Anyways, the Bitcoin hypnosis room is like, I don't know. Everybody needs like an electric current shoved up their ass or something, but to just go on and on about Bitcoin and like leave the room on, for 12 hours a day, 24 hours a day, it's like people need to go to the gym, I don't know, go get a book and go on a dating app because like, talking to somebody in the real world is so much better than listening
I agree.
to just this
I agree.
nonsense on this app.
It's why I've been spending a lot less time on this app.
Well,
But I'm curious though, Ryan. You haven't been saying anything.
What?
Like, what happened? Let's get to the bottom of it. What happened?
Generally speaking, you're not going to be the holder of record of
But
that
I
share.
see you in
What
random
happens is there's
rooms
some
all the
custodian somewhere,
time.
and that is right.
If
So, well, you're the beneficial owner of whatever the proceeds are to a share that's held in an account somewhere. So there have been problems in the past where companies have had more shares, issued on the public market.
I'm telling you, it's primarily the fact that people's accounts get deleted, and then the algorithm even like ranks you lower. So there's just a multiple variable thing, but I don't know about any like high emotional fallouts or anything with regards to that click, whatever the fuck you want to call that click. But
That's the name.
Once Jacques left, I think it all started disappearing, and Diogenes. And also the fucking neo-Nazi, what's his face? What was that piece of shit name? Cardano, yeah. I see him on Instagram. He shows up on the auto suggestions for me all the time because I think I follow him on a few accounts. What's his real name? Fred Rainey.
Yeah. The meeting maker or something like that. What? What are you laughing at? What does that mean?
Then
He calls himself the
you
meeting
have to be
maker.
the holder of record. You no longer have to have the custodian who's holding your
Meeting maker,
shares.
something like that.
And if you're
MEET,
no longer allowed
not
to short,
MEAT.
then you can't borrow stock. So the whole, I think, the whole reason why
Earth. People say that you are Adrian Dittman. Is this true or false?
Yeah, I'm Adrian Dittman, but Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk, and so I film right now. I'm actually
Wait,
filming.
you believe that? No.
Oh, I don't believe it, dude. I know it. You want to listen to their conversation? They're talking right now.
you control if you actually lend the shares out and you get paid interest for lending your shares to somebody who's shorting the account, the stock. You could imagine somebody said something similar for crypto, of course, but that's a fact.
That's not true.
I think that's
That's literally that's your opinion.
okay. Well, you just gave your opinion, so I gave mine.
Well, my opinion is more in line with what more people think.
Is it because it came
You have to listen to what he says, and it's obvious that everything it's just obvious, and it's an inside joke, and it also is kind of crazy because you're like, does this fucking guy have multiple personality disorder, or is he like, or it's not really, it's just a pen name, but people can't accept what they see or hear.
Abraham eats bitch faggot.
Give other things that don't promise anything economic, but they promise the right to influence the protocol. So you've got like a governance token or something like that. You've got other ones which are useful, right, for some useful function. So it might be something where you acquire it because you believe that more people will want to acquire that token for that function, but there's no promise, right, that you're going to get a good or service in exchange for that, what you're saying.
In that Twitter space.
I wasn't trying to be harsh on Uncle Steve. I like what he does and I respect him, but at the same time, I mean, I gotta say, like, he is not maximizing, his effort in any way. I mean, he should have all of this on YouTube. He could actually probably, at this point, all the years he's been fucking around on this app, he could have had 10, 20, 30,000 subscribers. He could be monetizing, and he just doesn't post anything. Like, it's all just goes into a black hole and disappears. So, I mean, at least I've been filming this piece of shit app for years. I feel like my effort here is not completely in vain, even though I'm sure it is. But I just can't believe people just keep coming back and just they're just coming back for the dopamine, and they've gained nothing. No knowledge, no real world experience, no relationships, just the dopamine. And if you study meditation or you read books, you realize that most people have not progressed on this app. In fact, they've probably become more. The brain rot has set in even more.
Crypto can exist, but there are really tight controls. If you're operating a centralized venue for transacting in it, you've got to make sure that you do all of your KYC shit that you've got to do. And then if you actually issue it, you can't be aggressive about how you sell it. So people can
Literally, most people on the internet, from X to Reddit, the most the one identifier is their laugh.
You can't pump it up and you can't market aggressively unless.
I'm not saying they don't sound similar. I'm saying it's the most different.
They laugh identical when you talk to them. It's an identical laugh.
Well, I think their voice is significantly more.
Patsy, you think this is the only issue that Abraham is retarded on? He's retarded on a lot of things.
Overregulated, and that's
true.
why people are being left out of the ability to invest in.
I don't know how to tell you this, but there is 100%. It is 100%.
No, dude, I don't think Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk.
It is 100%. It is.
I think the majority of conspiracy theorists think Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk because they think that their laughs are identical.
Stocks should look more like crypto.
You're gonna go off of a laugh as opposed to what the fuck the guy talks about 7 nights a week on X. I mean, for Christ's sake, just go to x.com/Adrian Dittman right now and listen to this fucking motherfucker for 10 minutes eating his butter steak, doing his diamond push-ups, going for jogs in the rain, giggling and laughing, talking about porn statistics. Like, it's 100% fucking Elon retarded Musk. You just don't listen to the fucking guy. I've been listening to this faggot for 6 months recording his ass. I fucking know who the fuck this loser is.
And it has to be in a technology neutral manner.
Damn it, you're so you're always great content. Like, it's all the time. You're just always on fire. I love it so much.
Well, I don't know if I'm technically a federal employee still, and they sent out the fork in the road email saying if you don't return to work, you're fired.
Are you gonna go back and work for the Trump administration?
I don't know. I'm like really. I really don't want to go back to work. I really don't want to go take the train and sit in the train with the homeless fucking parasites, and get robbed to go to some federal office tower that nobody else goes to, and you don't even want to talk to anybody. It's basically a paid prison. That's what a federal office feels like, a paid prison.
Do you get reach arounds in the
SEC generally leaves a point of
No, but I heard Jane the other day in a room.
Oh yeah.
You were like you were pretty explosive. Then you were like, I think the best thing we can do is let it go. You're going to have to let this go. Let it go.
I never say let it go.
You did say let it go.
Did I? Wow. Good thing you record that.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys were talking about. It was like
What
over
room?
trans in the military. I don't know. It was
Bullshit.
maybe Jay Breska's room.
Oh Lord.
So Jane, what's someone gonna say in the deep state tomorrow? Now there's everybody's talking about like Trump.
Right
was
there, you
launched in
just
2018,
described your life is
2019.
over. Here's
The
what I'm
SEC
gonna
was being
say.
super
If
duper
you
aggressive.
say
And
tomorrow, you're
unfortunately,
planning what you're
so,
gonna say.
and that
You're
was
gonna
under Joe
shit
Biden.
bag
That
room.
was under Trump 1. That wasn't
I'm
under
gonna say
Biden.
my response
so
to Trump banning
you
trans.
have the SEC in a
The
position
military
where
is
it's
to
calling
have
balls and
only
strikes,
trans
it's
in the
picking
military.
winners
Trans
based on
only
what
military.
technology they employ, rather than doing again what the
It's like
UK
only
does, which is
fans,
like
the
we don't give a
military now will
shit.
be only
We're just going to
trans.
define crypto asset.
You know, if you go to a military formation dressed as a woman and you're a man, um, I mean, it's like it's and you were allowed to do it. You know, the morale and the anger that that creates in terms of uniformity is unbelievable. I mean, you want to fucking murder somebody who doesn't act like everybody else in the military. If somebody steps out of line and acts different, it is grounds for abuse and termination and like anger because the fighting force, you know, becomes one. And when one guy decides to troll everybody and dress up as a woman, like at 42 now I would laugh about it, but like back in my early 20s, like I mean I would have applauded the guy's fucking murder.
Not like consensus in a traditional database way of understanding consensus.
I mean I wouldn't applaud the guy's murder, but I you know when you're in a young aggressive soldier, the littlest things, you know, smallest infractions can it's life and death.
Are you a soldier?
How you incentivize.
Yeah, I was in the infantry and as a sergeant, and then I was an officer, an intelligence officer. But it doesn't really mean anything because in DEI world, it's about a job program. It's not about, you know, going to battle with the Koreans or the Russians or I mean, it's all bullshit. It's one giant fucking baby state, one giant nanny state, job state. That's the world we live in now in the United States. But Trump is doing things that are just unbelievable. The gauntlet that he is bringing to force, the terminations, the inspector generals, the midnight firings, like he can do he this is like the apocalypse for people because he knows what it was like the first time around, and the apparatus and the country is so big that you don't even know what the fuck to do or what is under your command because it's so vast. But this time around, you know, with Stephen Miller and having a game plan going in, like we every day. I mean, this guy will be at the golf course as they're dismantling the fucking government, and it's all about the money and about control and getting rid of these deep state parasites. And this is like, I'm telling you, this is the apocalypse. Like, people are retiring. Like, they are calling it quits because, A, they're probably going to become so demoralized internally, but nonetheless, like, he is going to reshape the fucking country like a terraformer on Mars.
Hash or consensus via
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually like does away with a significant number of agencies, repeals the income tax. Like it could be if you really want to make it a fucking golden age, you have to get rid of taxes and we have to start taxing consumption and importation and taxing international operations, etc. But if he really wants to garner favor with the population, you no longer have to file a fucking federal income tax return. It's over and done with. And it'll crush industries like H&R Block gone, TurboTax gone, like Intuit gone. I mean, I don't think he's gonna do it, but if he really wanted to fuck shit up, I mean, he's got to go next level, deeper and deeper, and start cutting and slashing and burning. The closer he can take us back in time to 1776 or 1800 or 1850, you know, in terms of maybe not the racial landscape, but I'm talking.
You like the slavery? What's your favorite part?
I mean, there's so many blacks that are with Trump because they have been disenfranchised with the importation of all these Venezuelans and other illegals and displaced, and they see that the resources aren't going to them in major cities, so they're pissed in the now, and they have historical grievances, but they, I think, just, you know, I don't know. It's all over the board still.
It's a shit show. Yeah.
But I do. Do you remember during the Democratic National Committee? I have a video of it. It's the redhead. She's holding up a giant book saying, "This is Project 2025, and I'm gonna share more about it with you tomorrow. Stay tuned." It was like the weirdest, stupidest shit.
Jen Psaki.
Is that her name? The redhead? She was hot.
On MSNBC.
I don't know if that was her. No. This was at the DNC during the convention.
Is that what that means? Is don't.
Anyway, Scott, good luck with your room.
Yeah, it's just I might go into PB's room a little bit. 'Cause I'm very popular over there now.
PB?
Yeah.
Who's that?
She's nice. She's very. She's got a big room.
Politically correct one?
It's called the back room.
Oh, Plan B?
Yeah, the back. It's called the back room.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna go over there, buddy.
Okay.
I'll leave the room with you. I'll be back, maybe.
Okay, come back. I don't see a back room. But I got kicked out of Politically Correct today, the Gagosian room. He said he has spent 25 years reading conservative jurisprudence. He kept repeating it. I was like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. No fucking way this guy has read 25 years of jurisprudence, whatever the fuck that even means. Okay, this is the Elon Musk podcast.
If we end up in the state that you're describing, there would still be an incentive structure to use decentralized chains where they don't need to be used, and that's less energy efficient, and it's worse for the world.
I mean, I don't see any reason why you couldn't have a cryptocurrency. I suppose there's no reason why you couldn't have a cryptocurrency where you turn around and say everything's running on this machine, and that's that, except that in that setting, you might also argue that single central node where everything lives is just a money transmitter itself. Whereas if you have a distributed network of computers, you can make the argument that none of them is a money transmitter. So there are lots of different moving parts, right, to this. And I think to a certain extent, you have to look at, the laws should follow what people are actually doing. And if you look at what people are usually doing in crypto, you usually have a decentralized network of computers performing some type of proof of work or proof of stake type consensus where it's possible to be a first-class citizen on the network, either in Bitcoin's case, if you're running a mining node or just a full node, in fact, or in something like ETH, like you can only be a node if you stake a certain 32 ETH in your node and that sort of thing. So what people tend to do, right, what people are actually doing, if you're looking at what to regulate, you kind of have to look at what they're doing and then say, what's the appropriate rule set that we can craft for this particular, scope of human area of human endeavor, right? Which currently doesn't have any regulation, which is drafted for it in a bespoke fashion.
You can also look at it from a perspective of what are they trying to do, not what they are doing, right? If what they're trying to do is work around the accredited investor rule or the qualified investor rule, if what they're trying to do is make it so that they can, advertise and work around, the registered securities requirements, etc. If that's what they're trying to do, then why are they trying to do that?
Who's they? The government or the issuers?
Issuers of crypto coins.
Well, I think if you look at the issuers, right, it's possible to issue a crypto coin in lots of different countries, right? And different countries have different approaches about what you have to do when you do that. So the Europeans say you got to file your white paper, right, with your national regulator, and that white paper has to comply with certain disclosure requirements under the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, right? So that's their approach. The UK says you can launch it, but you're not allowed to talk about it, and you're not allowed to market it, right? And you're not allowed to promote it unless those promotions have gone through a registered, financial entity that's FCA licensed, for the express purpose of doing that. And then the U.S., right, we have this regime where it says, well, if your token looks vaguely useful and you continue to develop the project after you launch it, chances are it's going to be regulated exactly like a stock. So you have three different approaches there for three different jurisdictions. One of them, the Europeans, basically says, listen, you can launch, but you've got to do some disclosure. The UK says you can launch, but you can't talk about it. And the US says if you launch, we're going to fucking sue you. So those are the three different approaches. And I think where the US needs to get to is like, you can launch, but, right? And the question is, what is the but, right? The Europeans have said disclose.
Robert, you come here all the time, but you haven't cashed in your pink ticket, Robert.
Which path are we going to take?
Oh, great. I got another fucking robot in
Because I
here.
don't know who's advising the president. Well, I know who's advising the president. It's David Sachs. I don't know what he's advising the president, or what in Congress, right? What appetite there is to create new legislation, and what other sources outside of the United States the legislative draftsmen are going to be drawing from. Maybe we'll get something like Mika or Micah in Europe, and that'd be interesting. But TBD.
So that we know two other people that are advising the president, right? Elon is also there. I would argue both Elon and David Sachs, per my understanding, are not the types of people who like inefficiencies, whether it be in government regulations or engineering design. So I'm proposing, doesn't it make sense to have regulation that encourages the use of the best technology for the job and not using distributed chains to work around regulatory requirements? Because I think you would agree, a lot of the projects that, not all, but there are a lot of reasonable projects that are coming out and they're attached to crypto chains just to be attached to crypto chains to work around certain rules. And if those rules, like let's say we abolish the requirement for accredited investors, you abolish the requirement for qualified investors, you abolish the reporting burden that comes when you have over 2,000 shareholders. If all you had to do was put stuff on Carta, wouldn't many more companies just go the simple route and be like, okay, we're just going to go ahead and do this?
I don't think you're going to get that, because I think you still have. So if you look at the Securities Act, and you look at the definition of what a security is, there's a really long list of what a security is. So if you're issuing a share, right, it doesn't matter whether the share's on a blockchain or the share's on SQL or the share's on paper. Like, that is going to be regulated like a share, no matter what technology choice you make. The problem crypto has is that in the Securities Act, there's a definition of something called an investment contract. And an investment contract, what the fuck does that even mean, right? Well, it's a contract of investment. And this actually had to go up to the Supreme Court to articulate a test for what an investment contract is. And they came up with this 4-part test. There are 3-part, depending on how you break it up, called the Howey test. And it was a case about a guy who marketed orange groves. And he said, listen, you can buy a plot of orange groves from me. And what I will do is I will maintain the orange grove, I will grow the oranges, I will sell the orange, and you and the other investors who bought these individual plots of land, I haven't sold you securities, I haven't sold you stock in my venture, what I've sold you is a plot of land on this farm, and you will get a portion of the proceeds proportional to the size of land that you have. Now, the regulator said, hold on a second, this is an investment contract, this is a security. He said, no, it's not, I'm selling land. Goes up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, actually, this was a security, right? But what you were doing is you were elevating the form over the substance. And so they came up with a test called the Howey test, Howey, and it consists of 4 components. The question they say, if something is a contract, transaction, or scheme involving 1, an investment of money, 2, with the expectation of profits, 3, investment of money, 2, in a common enterprise, 3, with the expectation of profits, 4, arising for the efforts of others. So if you've got investment money in a common enterprise with an expectation of profits arising for the effort of others, therefore
within the big behemoth, it's literally eliminating it. That is what the intent is. And they're about to get some you're about to get some really big pushback from that. And I'll just drop it at that.
Yeah, so a few things.
Here we go. Hold on, Gio. Let Carrie go.
Yeah.
Carrie was.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Hey, sorry, I'm waiting for my daughter to leave the room. I was like, you need to get the fuck out of here so I can speak.
I think while
she said, audios, you're old. That is having a 13-year-old daughter right there. I just kind of, I feel like I'm almost a bridge here between what I've heard
It's just
between Daniel and Gio.
It's so much different today. Building a network and saying we can set up a transactional system or a communication system that operates like as an application over TCP/IP and does all these things. Like it just wasn't within the contemplation of the drafters of the Securities Act that people would do this and that they would also use it to try to replace money. Right? It's not something they ever thought.
The United States has been in for
Thank you for
the last
answering all those
20+
questions.
years.
I could keep asking
But they
questions,
were
but
also
I'll save it for
in
another
for
day. I
30
feel like
years
Adrian was
prior
on
to
meeting a
that.
couple of times. I don't know if
And
you want
we've
to call it.
been in non-stop conflict.
No, you can keep going.
Because
You
the
can keep
only
going.
way we can
It's
declare
it's also
war
effective.
is if
It's
we go through
perfectly fine while we
Congress,
have the
and none of it's
opportunity. We
justified.
can take it.
I just followed you. If you ever want to chat, Meta, just DM me and I'm happy to jump on a call whenever.
Sounds good. I tend to do them in random spaces here and there often.
Yeah.
I think everything you said makes sense. If I was going to just push back on one thing on this is the number 5 and number 2 in the executive order do make it clear that what this is not doing is encouraging the replacement of the US dollar with another currency. So I'm curious if your interpretation based on, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that they're not looking to pivot in a massive way to be pro cryptos that intend to replace the US dollar. And if that's the case, then like why hasn't the market really adjusted to that?
Which sections of the executive order?
If you look at the nest, I have highlighted them, but it's 2, section 1, 2.
Section 1,
look at the purposes and policies, yeah.
Yeah, promoting and protecting the sovereignty of the U.S. dollar, including through actions similar to the development and growth of lawful and legitimate dollar-backed stablecoins worldwide. So the story there is actually interesting. So with that one, the U.S. government is currently in a battle for global supremacy with the People's Republic of China. China has launched its own digital currency called the digital yuan, or the ECNY, which they want to use in order to supplant the U.S. dollar as the center of the global financial system. So there are 2 potential approaches to how you do that. One of them is the approach that the Europeans take, because the Europeans are retarded and they want to have a digital euro, right? And they want us to have it be run out of the European Central Bank, run by regulators, probably on a centralized database where you're just hitting their endpoints and they have perfect visibility and they control the issuance and all that jazz, right? That's what the Europeans want. The United States, on the other hand, so you'll see the mention of central bank digital currencies, and I believe it's a prohibition. If we go, prohibition, section 5, right? Except to the extent required by law, agencies are hereby promoted from undertaking any action to establish, issue, or promote CBDCs within the jurisdiction of the United States or abroad. So these 2 things together, one, the U.S. doesn't like central bank digital currencies from foreign countries. 2, the U.S. has their own stablecoin issuers like Circle and Paxos that issue dollar-denominated stablecoins, which are backed by assets like U.S. Treasury securities or dollars in an account at an FDIC-registered financial or an FDIC-guaranteed financial institution. The U.S. says, you know what? We want our commercial entities to go and take these dollar-backed instruments and sell them everywhere in the world, thus ensuring that the U.S. dollar's supremacy is supreme, right? But the method we choose in order to do this is not that we're going to call up Jay Powell and say, hey, you need to replace FedWire with now digital Fed dollar, right? That's not what they want. They want to do it so that the deposits are going to be held in commercial banks, that if you want to get access to one of these things, and you've got dollars offshore, you're going to have to send those dollars to Circle. Circle's going to have to put those dollars in a U.S. bank, and then it's going to give you that token in exchange, and that dollar is going to be held in a U.S. bank. The Europeans actually have a similar rule in their stablecoin rules, which they've just enacted, where any stablecoin which operates in Europe has to be backed by deposits at a European bank, right? So what happens is the European Union and the U.S. are actually going out on a currency grab, and they're trying to suck up all the currency from outside of the country and make sure it winds up in their banks. And moreover, they're trying to unshackle these other entities like Circle and say, listen, go promote the dollar abroad, because if USDC, becomes the common currency in, I don't know, let's say sub-Saharan Africa, and ECNY doesn't, right? That means people with dollars will be able to go to sub-Saharan Africa and do business, and people with the digital yuan will have to go get into dollars, and then they can go to sub-Saharan Africa and do business. And it's in our interest that the dollar is the common currency of global trade. So like that's the backstory there, is that there's the digital competition. We've got these private issuers in the US that are doing this, and like we want to promote them, and we want to make sure that those businesses succeed. So that's what that means.
Yeah, by that. I think we're in agreement there. I think I just see it as like the import-export controls that Trump is pursuing are also in the same degree, right? At the end of the day, if you look at what a currency is around the world, almost all currencies are backed by the US dollar in a reserve, including yuan and euros. There are other factors at play, but that is a large part of
US dollars aren't backed by shit.
They are in fact backed by something. We can talk about that.
No, they're not. You can't show up. You can't show up with
Meta, are you about to make the argument? Hang on. Meta, are you about to make the argument that it's backed by violence?
Yes, it is. That's exactly it. You knew where I was going.
No, in that case, no, we agree. It's backed by
it's backed by enforcement, right? It's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government, which includes the armed forces. The point I was trying to make is, if you look at any foreign currencies, you can just do a DCF on it, and you can see how much their imports and exports are, what the expected import-export imbalance is expected to be with other countries in US dollars, and that tells you how the currency's going to rise or fall. And that's how Forex markets work, right?
Yep.
So if that's the case, and that those ledgers already exist, right? Like when you say the money has to go into a European bank or it has to go into an American bank, well, the American bank has to then be registered with a charter bank, which then has to be then registered with a Fed, participant, and then the Fed ledger itself, right? So, like, the Fed is a ledger. It is a public ledger. You can actually go and see how much coin is in each of the 13 member banks.
Yep.
And then the member banks have private ledgers, but theoretically they could become public ledgers. They'll have who are in the charter banks, and then as long as transactions happen within a particular bank, right? Like, this is not for you. I know you know this, but for people who are listening, like, if transactions happen, say, between Bank of America, between two accounts on Bank of America, they just handle that amongst themselves. They don't have to go report it anywhere. If a transaction happens between Bank of America and Chase, at the end of the night, they look at the net amount and they report that out. And then if they have the same charter bank, that'll go there. If not, then it'll go up to the member bank and all the way up to the Fed, if it's between countries or what have you. That process is very similar to the way the Lightning networks were proposed for Bitcoin, right? So we thought we wanted to disrupt stuff, and then we end up mirroring a lot a similar way.
No, Lightning is that's not how Lightning works. Lightning is it's a bunch of it's Lightning. Lightning's weird.
It's a tree structure with a common node, right, to establish the network connection there.
No, it's that what you do is it's called Lightning, I think, because there's the speed element, but there's also the aspect of it's like an electrical charge, right, that starts in the ground and actually works its way up once the circuit is complete. So what happens is
so you find a common ancestor.
Well, not common ancestor, but so if Alice wants to pay David something, right, and David is connected to Carol, and Carol's connected to Bob, and Bob is connected to Alice. What happens is Alice says, "Hey, Dave, I have 2 Bitcoins," and what you have to do is you have to fund a channel between all of those users with liquidity. So let's say Alice and David, let's say every one of these users has 10 Bitcoins in their channels with their respective partners. So Alice says, I need to send 1 Bitcoin to Dave. So Bob, I'm going to send you 1 Bitcoin. Let's say we've got 10 Bitcoin in our channel, 5 each, right? I'm going to send you 1 Bitcoin in our channel. And so what will happen is now you have 6 and I have 4. But then you are going to tell Carol, hey, Carol, in our channel, I'm going to make sure you have 6 and I have 4. And so on. And it cascades until you finally get to Dave. And Carol says, hey, Dave, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to pay you this 1 Bitcoin so you have 6 and I have 4. And once you confirm that those 4 hops have occurred, then what happens is they're all supposed to simultaneously settle, right?
Yeah,
So, but like it's not like
what you described in computer science is considered if you look at picture a tree, right? Basically, what you're doing is going from one leaf up the parents until you have a common ancestor, and then down the parents until you get to the next leaf. That is the discovery process that you just described in a graph or a forest. But you can always look at the particular tree you're discussing for the choice. There are multiple trees that could be used in a Lightning Network. How do you want to choose the one you want to go through? I hear you. But a simplification, if you will, is the way the Fed works is quite similar. And so the point I'm trying to make is if all dollars are registered on the Fed, ultimately, and then one level below, they're registered on different country registries, and then one level below, they're registered on different member banks, etc. Where are these magic dollars that they're going after by issuing new coins and running after coins? Like everything they go after comes from the same ledger. It's just moving money around within the same ledger.
I mean, I think there are dollar deposits which exist outside of the U.S. Federal Reserve System. Like euro dollars are all outside of the U.S. Federal Reserve System.
The Federal Reserve knows exactly how many dollars are in the Euro Reserve. Otherwise, those wouldn't be real U.S. dollars unless they're physical currency.
That one is beyond my knowledge. I'll have to do some more homework.
Fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, because just think of it this way: if the European Union says, "Hey, United States, we own $1 trillion, but we're not going to take it in physical coin or physical paper. We just want you to remember we have $1 trillion." If the United States didn't record that down, tomorrow we'd have a real problem when the European Union comes back and says, "Hey, remember that $1 trillion I had? I want to send half of that to Japan."
Yeah, I think one of the reasons you do it is that if you have the dollars, if you have the currency in your banks, and this is pure speculation. I don't know whether this is actually the case, but if you have the currency in your banks, it's a lot easier if the bank folds or if there's some type of systemic risk that arises as a result of whatever you're doing, that you can use those assets as part of a bail-in. And that's not this is not a normative position. This is just purely descriptive based on what we've seen the Europeans do in the past. So a bail-in, for those of you who are who are recent arrivals to the world of finance and don't remember 2008, bail-ins are when depositors at banks are forced to participate quite involuntarily in the recovery of the bank from a situation where the bank doesn't have sufficient assets to meet its obligations. So it's depositors taking a haircut. So the more assets you have in your bank, which are available to satisfy that, if you need to put it through a bank resolution procedure, you can get your paws on those assets and you can then use them to satisfy whatever obligations have gone wrong. And I think if you're going to be engaging with a lot of crypto stuff, it's probably in your interests to make sure that you have enough cash on hand to deal with any risks that might have arisen as a consequence of that. So I think with this stablecoin stuff in particular, because stablecoins are fundamentally debt obligations, right? When they are being traded in the EU, I think the EU wants to know that those stablecoins are backed by deposits which are in their banks so that they can get a hold of them and that they can track how many are outstanding and where the deposits are and make sure that everything adds up and all the numbers add up. So I think for the US's perspective, it's probably the same, but I think it's probably because the US doesn't really do bail-ins. We, for now at least, our preferred approach is just to say, oh well, it's all guaranteed up to infinity. Moral hazard be damned, and that's just how things work. So,
no. Let me argue that is not actually how it works. If you're open to it, just describing in a mathematical format, right? If you picture the tree, where the top of the tree is the Fed ledger, the next is member banks, and so on and so forth, right? I'm going to put countries at the same level as the member banks. The top of the tree is M0. That is exactly how much currency exists according to the Federal Reserve. Then M1 is how much currency exists in other countries through government loans and in charter banks through, balance sheet tightening and loosening, right? Which is basically what we call printing money. Then you go down to M2, where the banks are allowed to print money with certain rules, right? Like you're allowed to lend out in 9-to-1, etc. Then you have you're going down as you keep going down the M scale, right? You can go all the way down to like 7, 8, 9, whatever. Right? Like what you're doing is going to tertiary trusted parties that are then issuing something like stock or something else. When Enron collapsed and they claimed they had a bunch of dollars that they didn't actually have, everybody that held U.S. dollars was not impacted by that. Only the holders of Enron stock were impacted by that.
Right,
because
so like
those dollars disappeared.
Like when SVB went down, right?
Correct.
That's the kind of problem that you're looking at.
That's a different thing. That's the banking.
It's completely different. Like that's where you would typically see a bank bail-in, right?
Agreed. And that was more of like a liquidity crisis. That's a confidence crisis, right? Go run on the bank is a different situation. But that's about within M2 protecting M2. You don't affect M0 or M1 if M2 collapses.
No. But you can reduce by ensuring that you've got a lot of the assets. So if all of the stable coins in the U.S. are held in U.S. banks, right, or are backed by assets which are held in U.S. banks, you have taken some of the risk out of having a stable coin, which fundamentally is a debt obligation by the issuer to pay $1, right, at some future date. So like that I think and they engage. So these companies lend this stuff out to make money. So that's how they do it. So there is risk like built into that system somewhere. And the question, it's going to be really interesting to see how the U.S. chooses to both identify where those risks are and also resolve them. Because ultimately, so when SVB collapsed, Circle had, I think, 5%, 3 to 5% of its deposits were held with SVB. And so for a while, the coin was actually trading below face value. I think it was like 95,
this
94
is really
cents
good,
for a while
Alan.
because people were worried, oh shit, how much of Circle's collateral got tied up in the SVB collapse? And is that going to affect the value of the coin? Now, if you have, I don't know, $1 trillion of USDC in circulation, and then for whatever reason, there's some question about 5% of it not being there, like that's a systemic problem.
It's not like crypto is the only place where this existed, right? Like Deutsche Bank broke the dollar in 2007 in their main markets. So this is, again, I'm just trying to keep making the argument that it's not a technology differentiation. Like the technology doesn't solve any of the problems we're discussing. It's
no, for sure.
How the current system already works.
Well,
right? We're putting lipsticks on pigs.
There are some differences. So if, for example, you're holding so there was this kerfuffle last year.
Sorry, it's less about the differences, right? It's more about what problems are actually being solved. What's actually
but if so, for example, with most crypto, if you're running an exchange, for example, let's say you're running a cryptocurrency exchange, like there's no reason why any cryptocurrency exchange should ever go insolvent, right? As long as if they're doing derivative stuff, they've got adequate, liquidation, dealing with liquidations of derivatives positions, and for spot in particular, which for example, FTX, right, just stole from all their users. If they hadn't done that, right, there's no reason they should ever have gone insolvent, because every liability they had was a deposit liability, which should have been held one for one, like less the fees that they were taking on the transactions, and then just like paid straight back out. So like you have different types of problems with crypto financial institutions that are going to be a little different from the problems that you have with fiat financial institutions, and it's going to present a different risk profile, right? So like there are going to be some differences. For example, if you like with Enron, or maybe not with Enron, but like if you had an issue with stocks and custody issues, where some company had issued more stock, and there was more stock on an exchange than the company had actually issued. That's not something you're really going to have a problem with a crypto exchange, particularly if they publish their proof of reserves, because you're going to be able to verify that they've got one-to-one what they say they have. So like there are some subtle differences there.
I know you're highlighting differences. I'm just going to suggest, the exact example you used, Trade King or Trade Knight. I think it was Trade Knight. They had the same issue, right? Where a simple algorithmic error caused the entire brokerage to go under. Insurances covered people. shareholders of the brokerage lost their money, as they should, right? Because they're the ones carrying that risk. When we're talking about systemic risk, we're talking about all the other things. I'm just trying to hone in on what is it about the cryptocurrency that is different from just traditional securities? Why not? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I thought the way I saw the executive order, we were moving closer to a requirement that in 180 days, and we'll find out 180 days after the issuance of that order, we're going to see a regulatory regime that's the same for both.
I think where we wind up is that there's going to be a bespoke regulatory regime within the SEC's ability to provide it. Fundamentally, the Securities Act cannot be changed by the president. It can only be changed by an act of Congress, and there have been a number of proposals that have moved through Congress at various stages. There's one called FIT 21, which I think is a dead letter this year, but in the last Congress, it passed the House of Representatives with bipartisan support, which would have changed the regulatory status of crypto in various ways. Like ultimately, it's going to depend on what the industry asks for, what the legislature is willing to give them, what the legislature thinks is politically acceptable. And so I think that's where the big changes will come going forward. But like I think in terms of Trump's the executive order that he has, it's possible that the SEC could say, if it's a security, right, then we've got the ability to regulate it if it's an investment contract. And they can turn around and say, well, investment contracts that take the form of cryptocurrencies, this is the disclosure regime that's going to apply, right, as long as it doesn't fit into any one of these other categories. If it's on a decentralized system, this is what we're going to make you do. And maybe that's easier to do than getting an act of Congress through. So, but I don't know. There's smarter people than I am who are working on this particular problem. And so we'll see what they come up with in the next 6 months.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm very excited to see what happens in 180 days, assuming they don't extend it.
The cool thing is about it is that like it's really unusual to live through a time where like an entire area of law is being defined for the first time, right? Like so that's
I can see like as a law nerd.
As a law nerd, this is the best. Like people are gonna be writing books about this shit. Who knows? Maybe even I'll write one at some point. But like this is the best. This is like the coolest thing you could possibly fucking live through as a lawyer is having worked in the industry for 12 years and then finally getting to see, some rules, right? And seeing them emerge from nothing. And it's also wonderful because you get to see how different jurisdictions approach the problem in different ways. And so, you could say, oh, it's a comparative analysis, right? It makes a really good law school essay. But like it teaches you that, or it's a reminder, I suppose, that there's not one way to do things. When I think sometimes if you're used to operating in I'm dual qualified in England and the US, so I kind of like know this innately because I've always been used to two different systems. But a lot of lawyers in the US or in any particular country tend to get tunnel vision when they're looking at legal regimes. And they tend to think, oh, well, there's only one way to do this because this is the way I've been trained and these are the rules I know. And this is a cool opportunity to see, like, actually that's not the case, right? There is more than one way to skin the cat. And you see comparatively, like, which approach is better, which is worse, and different jurisdictions test different things in real time. It's a wonderful time to be an attorney.
I'd say it goes further than even just new things being created. I think about the case that overturned Chevron even before Trump was elected. And it's not just new things coming out. It's also a rewrite of things that people had assumed were fundamental and are now being kind of reoriented. I think there's a lot of stuff going on that's pretty exciting and crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the end of that.
I think you're right. I think there's definitely a realignment occurring and taking place. Part of it is these executive orders that are being executed that are just like burning down vast swathes of the administrative state. And in basically like in a week, he's set most of the administrative state on fire. Proposals to replace the income tax with a tariff, based regime would be absolutely revolutionary. So I think we're living through a very interesting time. And crypto changing is definitely part of that. And anyway, I have to unfortunately jet, so I will bid you all good night. And thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Yeah, it's good chatting with you.
Amazing space and great guest as always.
You gonna jet also?
No, I was ready to, maybe. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Jesus Christ.
Matt, I want to talk about your use of the hand in this particular space. I know it's good form and best practice in a lot of them. Definitely not this one.
Okay.
No. We do hands here. We're like kind of bar good.
Yeah.
Oh, is it banned here? Sorry.
No, it's not banned.
No,
it's not bad. I'm busting your sense.
What we do is mimetic dynamics, where basically whoever has like the most valuable idea, the collective recognizes it and allows these people to converse without limitation. This is a thing that most people don't have like in spaces, where they don't understand that if you allow this person here to have a conversation, you're gonna have much more content come out. Whereas if you were to put yourself in this, sure, you're getting the attention, but does it really matter? I mean, you're going to be there anyways. Imagine if somebody drops something really fucking hard and somebody records it and publishes it and then it gets like 1 million impressions. Well, guess what? Your profile is there too also. You're the host of the space, for instance, right? Just as an example. So for me, alone the privilege of having like a platform and platforming others is good enough for me as it is. I think many hosts should actually learn from that. So again, mimetic dynamics, if you got something that actually matters, you interject with this and then it kind of hijacks the conversation and keeps the conversation going. That's why I chose that name, because it's very meta.
Yeah, I will say
really prime example of this. Adrian, Blythe, and I all just sat completely silent for the better part of maybe the last 30 minutes or so, listening to you
just waiting
and your counterpart chat, because it was good combo. Nobody's getting in the middle of that.
Exactly.
You're learning.
Yeah, everybody's learning.
Yeah,
everybody's learning shit. That's another thing.
I think there was a couple of times I did put my hand up. The thing that you don't get in spaces, and understandably, it brings an anonymity, so it's amazing. But you don't get like the facial cues or the social cues you get when you're talking to someone. It's like, oh, they want to say something, or oh, they get it or they don't get it, and so that's a very interesting thing when you're having a conversation, right?
It's purely like the speech itself. Like if you master how you can tell social cues via speech, then you're like unintentionally being trained like in a very specific niche almost. Like if you can genuinely tell that somebody's not actually paying attention, or if somebody's actually not like really listening and understanding what you're saying, to tell that is insane. I've been able to tell this to the point that even in real life, I don't look at a person's facial expressions. I just look at I just kind of listen to what their next response is going to be, right? And then I try to shape it around. It's actually very weird.
You've been training neurons in your brain while you're in spaces.
Well, yeah, obviously. that's what it does. Yeah.
Of all the people I've spoken to on crypto stuff, Preston was extremely knowledgeable. That was very refreshing, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I realized he was a lawyer and stuff, but you've noticed, right? Like how many times we talk about people with crypto and they have no idea how the Fed chain works. It's like, what are you doing?
This is nice. This is very nice. Like I like it. I like it when people with experience are actually able to chip in like this. It's good.
It's also I hope for people to like observe, like sometimes I can be a troll, but there's nothing ever black and white, right? Like like I just like to take the extreme view when everybody else seems to be on one side.
Yeah.
Here's how you know that neither one of you is completely full of shit. Neither one of you try to shill a coin the entire fucking time.
I know, right?
I'm launching a brand new coin. Meta. No, I'm kidding.
This motherfucker, careful. Somebody's gonna like take that and actually turn it into a fucking token. There have been so many fucking tokens that people are like named after, and none of them actually have control of it.
Launching a Vine token.
Oh my god, yeah.
I made a Blythe token, yeah. Not even me.
So many people who did that shit. You don't even know which one, so if somebody were to shill, it'd be like, okay, which one? There's like 15 of them.
I'm not launching a token.
If I were going to name a token after you, I'd probably double Doge.
Donate it.
Double Doge? No, okay. I kind of like that.
Like, yeah.
It's like double dragon. Doge.
I have to say, it's really sad that in society we've normalized begging. And I feel like some of this crypto stuff is a weird form of begging.
It's actually more so social engineering than anything else. Begging is like more of the pure demand for money, in a sense, for like no utility in exchange. But like crypto itself, like a lot of the shilling that's going on, is just basically it's gambling. It's just basically gambling. It's gambling for artistic people who have like understanding of finance or don't. That's what it's for. That's all that crypto is used for the majority of all its execution. I'm not saying that crypto is like this. I'm just saying it
Laborers, they don't have enough cheap labor. They don't have enough people are experienced in that.
Yeah,
You'd
that
have to
doctrine,
draw
yeah.
like so many people from around the country to do this. So
That was so fucking stupid. Like, they had an incredible chance to do something amazing with their lives, and they even did to a certain extent. They were like an unstoppable meme, and everybody was seething, and nobody could really stop it. And then they did this shit.
yeah,
I have never seen a career suicide this fast. Like, this is a record level. It took less than a year.
because you can see like there are other people like Kim Kardashian who maybe took a meme moment and turned it into something. Whatever you think of that, right? Like I don't like that, but there are people who take a meme moment and turn it into something very, very different from
where they started. Podcast and everything. Like, bruh.
Yeah.
It could have gone so much.
I have to wonder.
Institutionalized, like, wow.
Knowing the culture that we have with things like OnlyFans being in existence, and us all making jokes earlier about like Pornhub stats and shit like that, like their annual report drop, I am not 100% convinced that that coin wasn't pre-planned and that meme wasn't something that they had worked on over multiple iterations, and that the whole thing wasn't just a sham just to get to the point where they were doing a rug pull, and they just didn't plan it well, didn't understand the legal domain.
No, I don't think of the whole thing. No. This is the thing. There was something random done. Then some people looked at it and said, we can reverse engineer this and scale it. And that's exactly what they did. They reverse engineered it, scaled the meme, and then decided, hey, what's the most retarded way we can make a lot of money? Rug pull everyone. That's how it played out. That's exactly how I think it happened. I think that even right at the start, right at the get-go, when the moment this person entered into the first crypto scene, that was the moment it was game over for her. I think. Yeah, because then she was like surrounded by various people, and then they gate kept. Because like, hey, this is the first people he meets. You don't think they're going to scam you over immediately? Well, guess what? Most of the time, that's exactly how it is. But you don't know that. You wouldn't know that. I mean, this person isn't exactly special, which is also the prime critique of our society. It's like, this person is not remarkable in any way. They're not particularly intelligent. They're not particularly pretty either. I mean, they are to a certain extent, but there's no inherent quality about them that somehow sets them apart from the meaning, except from the fact that, hey, they made a sex joke, like they basically did. What the most basic of basic blonde bitch things to do was to get drunk, then get in front of a camera, say a sex joke, and that's it. How is that something that was memed? I don't even understand that. That didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. It's such bullshit.
Oh man, she was a solid like 6.5.
It's just like a slow news day, right? News is all relative to. I also want to say, by the way, there's somebody on your a listener. I want to say thank you to. Their name is very hard to pronounce, but they're at CoopU. And when we were talking, I didn't get the right name of the company, but they pointed out it was Knight Capital Group. I came up with Trade Knight or Trade King. I couldn't quite remember the name, but it was Knight Capital Group that went bankrupt. But it is so great that like even if your memory doesn't fully get there, there's someone else in the room who's like, oh, I know what it is.
Everybody's in sync. Yeah, like things like this.
What else is great?
What?
Out is great. It's back.
Yeah. Well, anyways, so what's great about a place like this is it was actually built up by hard work, right? You can actually tell that there's something rigid to it and there's something organic. With something like what you saw when it came to this person, right, them making that sex joke, there was nothing really organic to it. It was amplified by major people on all various platforms because it was profitable to do so at the time. And that was effectively it. That was literally it. And it was weird. It was really weird to me at the time, seeing all of this explode. And then this. You could have just posted memes and posted bullshit, and you would have been fine. But, like, they had a whole media team and everything, and they didn't have a product. The only product that they could have had was the podcast. Which, ironically enough, would have been very, very good, because you could have just fed this person a bunch of questions that they would have been able to ask their guests, and then basically would just become an extension of Legacy News. You could have done this. They could have done this. They would have gotten away with it.
Instead, they decided, hey, let's shut everything down so we don't get fucked by the FTC. So, like, what the fuck?
We should find a way to get her.
Actually, they're still
on
getting
the
fucked, by the way.
conversation. We should find a way to get her on the conversation, just to have her run us through behind the scenes, the timeline, how that went,
She's
and
not.
what happened.
She's not gonna come on any sort of space or public thing until the court
You
thing
think
is
her lawyer's gonna have her not say anything?
Yeah, she's not Tate, you know.
And at the same time, here's something particular. People like this, and various many other people, are not solutions to the problem of our society. Civilization at large has been fundamentally damaged. It is a very shitty yet also very awesome time to be alive simultaneously. We have more technological advancements than ever before, and we have more bullshit ideologies trying to dominate these advancements themselves, try to covet them for themselves, try to dominate other people into accepting them. We have more horseshit ideologies than at any other point in human history. It's absolutely fucking insane. Everybody's dumbass fucking idea that makes no sense somehow psyops this turbo-normie group or this turbo-normie group over there. And then they all gather together and you have a large platform of the manipulative force at your disposal just because you're a retard. That's insane. So it's a problem overall that exists, right? And then as a symptom, there come these weird exceptions to it out of this chaos. You have people like her, you have people like Myron and Tate, you have all these people, right? They're not really solutions to the problem. They're partial solutions. Even with Tate's, there are partial solutions, and even with Myron, there's a partial solution, right? But there are also fundamentally symptoms of the system, which means that their solutions partially will lead to this problem expanding more than actually contracting, because their entire economy depends off of a system that is broken. And it's not something that I hold against people, by the way. It's just a thing that happens. It's a natural order of things. If it's not that person, it's going to be someone else. It doesn't matter who bears the name. What matters is the execution. And with that, I'm getting to a point. When you see something like this, especially with a girl like her, there's zero merit to anything this person is doing. And there's one thing in particular that I highly advise everybody to do whenever you see absolute retard level shit like this. Don't talk about it. Simple. Like, whenever you see something like that, don't talk about it. Don't fucking